Amen.
Amen.
Okay. So to start our morning, let's hear from Dr. Manuel M. Muhi, President of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, MMI EERDC Consortium Director.
Hello. Do you hear me po?
Yes.
Yes po.
Okay. Magandang umaga to our Honorable Regional Director and PUP Regent Jojo Patalinhug, Dr. Nuna Almansur, Consortium Governing Council Chair, fellow consortium members, faculty, staff of DOST National Capital Region, guest speakers and facilitators, and to our participants, a pleasant day to all of us. Welcome and thank you for attending the two-day activity on basic research ethics training. This activity will serve as a venue for sharing basic information, principles, and experiences involving the ethical considerations in every research activity. Since research often involves great deal on cooperation and coordination among many different people in different disciplines and institutions, ethical standards promote the values that are essential to collaborative work, such as trust, accountability, mutual respect, and fairness. The issues and concerns on the ethical norms in research, such as authorship copyright and patenting policies, data sharing policies, and confidentiality rules in peer review, are designed to protect intellectual property interests while engaging and encouraging collaboration. As an academic exercise, sharing our researches is a crucial subject matter among students, teachers, and other academic and non-academic personnel seeking to enrich and discover body of knowledge relative to their respective fields. Research, as one of the priority thrusts of the Department of Science and Technology and the academe also, we aim to accelerate our research output and intensify research-related programs and projects. That is why there is a need to consider the ethical norms among the researchers in the academe. We are very grateful to the Department of Science and Technology National Capital Region for providing a venue like this to us. Indeed, this academic exchange will further harness the research culture and engagement of the universities and our partners in the industry and other government agencies for the benefit of the academic community, DOST, the industry, as well as the society in general. We look forward to this fruitful undertaking as we discuss topics on the relevance of research ethics, protecting vulnerability in research, international and national guidelines on research ethics. On behalf of the consortium and the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, let me express my sincere appreciation to DOST-NCR Regional Director Jojo Patalinhug, to Dr. Nun Almansur, to our speakers and facilitators for the two-day activity, and to the organizing committee for making this online activity possible for all of us. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. I wish you all good health and safety. May we always be given strength to propel us through this to better times. Once again, magandang umaga po. I wish you all a productive day ahead. Stay safe and God bless to all of us. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you for that wonderful message, Doc Muhi. Next is the message from the Regional Director, Jose B. Patalinghug, Regional Director, DOST-NCR Consortium Governing Council Co-Chair.
Good morning. Research and development is how we make a creative destruction happen. In today's reality of industrial revolution amidst a pandemic crisis, the world has seen the importance of the work of our researchers and scientists. However, this comes with an utmost responsibility to keep our research within the bounds of ethical and moral standards so as not to compromise the purpose of why we are doing research and development. The Department of Science and Technology National Capital Region, Philippine Council for Health Research and Development or the PCHRD, and the Philippine Research Ethics Board organized this two-day activity on basic research ethics training for the members institution of the Metropolitan Manila Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development Consortium. Our aim is to discuss general research ethics principles, see how these fare to the real-life conduct of research and development, as well as apply learning to future R&D undertaking. As David and Sutton mentions in their books on research methodology, and I quote, ethics should be considered at all stages of the research process, starting with the question of what deserves to be researched. Moving on to the conduct of research, and then to the utilization of research findings. End of quote. Ethics in research is not just about data collection and how it will be done. It touches moral values and norms as researchers introduce themselves and their study to other people. It goes down to the heart of why we are doing research in the first place. That is to add value, to contribute knowledge in science and technology, and to be of service to the community. We hope for a productive two-day training workshop with you. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you po for the message. So shown in your screen is our day 1 program. This is the program for the morning part. This is for the afternoon part. So program was already sent to your emails. This will be the program for tomorrow morning. And this will be for the afternoon. For the small group work activity, this will be your groupings all throughout the training. So kindly familiarize po. Because you'll be downloading the proposals based on your groupings. So here are a few reminders before we start the training. During the lecture, please make sure that your microphone is muted. If you have any questions, you may use the raise hand button or you may type your questions on the Q&A or chat box. When speaking, please turn on your video. During the small group activity, please select the leader, secretary, and reporter. Make sure that all members of the group are able to participate. And kindly accomplish the confidentiality agreement. Once the confidentiality agreement has been accomplished, you may download the proposals for the group work activity. So first, let me introduce our resource speakers for the two-day training. Our first speaker is Dr. Ricardo M. Manalastas Jr. He is an OB-gynecologist at the Philippine General Hospital, professor at College of Medicine, UP Manila, current chair of the Philippine Health Research Ethics Board, Committee on Information Dissemination, Training and Advocacy, member of the Philippine Health Research Ethics Board, member of the National Ethics Committee, chair of the Ad hoc Committee for the Development of New Training Curricula of PREB-SIDTA, former member of the Ad hoc Committee for the Revision of the 2017 National Ethical Guidelines. He graduated Masters in Bioethics in UP Manila, Residency OB-Gynecology in UP-PGH, took a fellowship in infectious disease at the UP Philippine General Hospital, and Doctor of Medicine at the UP College of Medicine. Our second speaker is Dr. Sonia E. Bongala. She is an OB-gynecologist at the Makati Medical Center, Director of the Medical Education and Research Division of Makati Medical Center, member of the Philippine Health Research Ethics Board, current chair of the Philippine Health Research Ethics Board Committee on Standards and Accreditation. She graduated Bachelor of Science at the University of Santo Tomas, Doctor of Medicine at the University of Santo Tomas, took up internship at Santo Tomas Hospital, and residency at the Makati Medical Center, Obstetrics and Gynecology, took a fellowship at the USRP Faculty Development Program in Medical Education, and Masters in Management, Hospital Administration. So let me give the virtual floor to our first speaker, Dr.
Thank you, Jill, and thank you to all of our participants uh, for having us here with all of you in the next 2 days. And I'd like to thank my co-facilitator, Dr. Sonia Bongala, for joining me in facilitating the training of DOST-NCR consortium. Right. Let us start our program by making a short presentation on basic research ethics. I'd like to start with this quote by Jean Bernard saying, and I quote, "Experimenting on human beings is morally necessary and necessarily immoral." As was mentioned by our colleague before, we need to do research now to move forward in our lives. But when we do that, we also necessarily intrude on people, and therefore they put them at risk for harm. And hopefully this quote will put in perspective why we are gathering in the next 2 days talking about research ethics. Next, Chair. For this particular presentation, this is the outline. We'll talk about why we're looking at ethics in doing research, mention the competencies that are required, and some house rules lang for the training. Next. All right, so we're doing the workshop because I suppose many of you are members already of research ethics committees. Hopefully we can give you more confidence in doing your work as members of a research ethics committee. And I understand, of course, that most of us wear several hats, not just members of research ethics committees. Most of, if not all of you, are probably researchers yourselves, mentors to younger colleagues. And excuse me, we are viewed as capable and responsible. That's why you're here. Yeah, thanks. So this will be the objectives. Overall, we'll try to identify and apply general research ethics principles. The 4 of them will be discussed extensively in the next 2 days. As also alluded to a while ago in the opening remarks, we do research. It can be only ethical if it is good for man, has social value, and if it is scientifically and ethically sound. These are the general characteristics, essential characteristics for research to be ethical. And to be ethical, and we'll be doing all of these trainings, adhering to the 4 basic ethics principles, must be cognizant of gender and cultural differences and be tolerant about these differences. Considering also third parties. By third party, we refer to other groups other than the researcher and the participant. For example, the community, the environment, the family of our participants, and the institution to which the participants belong, and of course to which the researcher belongs. That's what we mean by third parties when we must also take them into consideration. performed by an ethical researcher, someone who is qualified to do the particular research. And lastly, reviewed and approved by an accredited research ethics committee to serve as oversight. Next, please. For this particular training, you get your registration form. We have research protocols that we will be working on the next 2 days. And again, most of you, although wearing several hats at the same time, are either researchers, advisors, or members of an accredited research ethics committee, such as your consortium. Next. It's going to be a participative training, adult learning in the next 2 days. So we'll have plenary sessions such as this one. Between Dr. Sonia and I, we will be giving some lectures, and then you'll have either individual or small group works. We'll provide you with several readings, maybe a couple of assignments for tonight, which we'll discuss tomorrow morning. And then what was not made possible or very difficult to do is the role play. We usually do a role play during our previous non-virtual presentations or trainings, but unfortunately this fun part of the training has been made difficult because of our current mode of doing it. Of course, you'll have handouts. You'll have access to all of the materials that we're going to present online. We encourage you to participate actively. That's part of the adult learning that we'll be doing. And we request you to do a daily evaluation of the way we do things through a feedback. And then we'll have a final workshop evaluation at the end of tomorrow. Some house rules have already been mentioned, but these house rules are specific to our training content. You need to be present, virtually present, hopefully participative. 3 out of the 4 main training sessions. So if we have 2 mornings and 2 afternoons, you need to be virtually present in at least 3 of them, and hopefully participative. We encourage participation. We'll try as much as possible to entertain all of your questions. Sometimes in the interest of time, we may have to request you to hold on to your question if we think that in subsequent either lectures or discussions, your particular question will be addressed. But again, as much as possible, we'll try not to disregard any question that you may have. But again, it might be possible again that we'll request you to hold on to the question because it will be addressed in more detail in subsequent activities. Because we're using protocols of other people, we request you to sign a confidentiality agreement, meaning do not discuss the protocol that we will be using in the training outside of the training venue or sessions. The copy of the protocol is provided to you online, and we request that you delete your copy at the end of the training. That's what our confidentiality agreement requires you to do. Right? Okay. You've seen the program as was presented by our secretary, Jill, our secretary, very capable. We'll try to be flexible with our program in terms not only of the time duration and sequence, but if there is any pressing topic that you feel you'd like us to include, even if it's not in the original one, please let us know. Don't hesitate. If we are capable of doing it and there's enough time, of course, we'll try to grant your request for any other topic that you may want, other than those in the original program. Okay, so we'll be flexible with our program. Again, the same quote by John Bernard by way of concluding this short introduction or orientation to what will happen in the next 2 days. Experimenting on human beings is morally necessary, and at the same time necessarily immoral as well. So in order to gain science, for science to progress, we need to do research. But again, we have to accept that we need to abide by the ethical rules. So that's the ethical pain. Hopefully we can enjoy the next 2 days, even if it's just a virtual gathering. Any questions so far on the orientation, the general rules, requirements? Okay, we understand, of course, that now and again we'll have some technical difficulties, hopefully not too much in this virtual meeting, in this virtual training. We request if your device and your internet connection is capable, if they are capable, then when you participate and speak, we'll give you the floor. If it's at all possible, it is preferable that you also turn on your video so we can really see you. Not really to check on your attendance, but really just, it's even better if we see each other, even just online. Okay, if we now can proceed, unless there are questions, please just either raise your hand or chat box, or I don't mind being interrupted. Just if you can turn on your microphone, if it's all right. There's a pressing question or comment that you'd like to make. Right. Okay, with the permission of Dr. Sonia, I'll proceed with a general discussion of why ethics and in research, and why is it important. And let me, by way of introduction, ask you this question. Just think about it. Hopefully, during the course of our training, we'll be able to more or less have an idea as to how to answer this, especially in this time of pandemic. How much license should scientists be granted to put human participants at risk of harm in research in order to advance knowledge? And there's no other time, I think, in our history where that question is more relevant. Right, so these are the objectives of this particular presentation. Introduce you to the ethical dimensions of research. Elaborate on their need and the importance. And then emphasize the essence of ethics in research as being the pursuit of good and valuing the research subject. And then we'll try to enhance dialogue among the different stakeholders. And you are among them. Right. Next. And this is the outline of the presentation, of this particular presentation. We'll make some definitions, mention the importance of research when we, of ethics as applied in research. We'll try to cite some unethical research being done in the past and maybe even currently being done, and the efforts that have been put in place in promoting ethics in research. I'll briefly describe also the landscape of health research in the Philippines and do a summary. Right, let's start with some basic definitions so we understand each other with the terms that we'll be using. Let's define research in the first place. It is an activity that looks into a particular specific subject, and the aim is to develop. When it's absent, we try to develop it or when it is present, you'd like to contribute a little bit more to it, focusing on generalizable knowledge, both theories, principles, and relationships. And it uses scientific methods, observation, inference, and analysis. When we say scientific methods, it is not limited, of course, to experimental methods or to quantitative types of methodology. So social science is in fact included in the realm of research that we are concerned with. Okay. And then there is most guidelines that we have, both international and national, state that ethics should be applied when we do research with human beings. So we need to clarify this. The WHO in 2009 has extended this definition to include not only research when human beings are exposed to manipulation and some such other things. In other words, directly interacting with humans. So it is not limited to that. When we do research on stored data, for example, not necessarily dealing with human beings actually interacting with them. In other words, individually identifiable information. So some they call this data mining, records review, still within the purview or the definition of research with human beings. And the reason for that is when we deal with this data or any material that can be identified to individual human beings, what we do with the information or the data can put these people at risk when they are identified through the data. So the law, our Philippine law on Data Privacy Act, has become very significant in this aspect of research with human beings. Okay, next. Ethics is really moral behavior, being able to distinguish what is the difference between right and what is wrong. Acceptable, non-acceptable, justifiable, and not justifiable. So it's moral behavior. And the guidelines on ethics are derived from several creeds, both religious creeds, maybe even philosophy, law, and some would even say common sense. Common sense, something that is ingrained in human beings. Some they call it conscience by different names, but it all boils down to knowing the difference between right and wrong. Next. And as we apply ethics, the ethics in research, it is applying the ethical principles when we do our work in research, in the conduct of the research, and what we do with the outcomes. This is again a relatively new concept or conception of how to apply ethics in research. What we do with the outcome has become an important aspect of unethical research. The reasoning here is when we have no plan or we do not share the outcomes of what we had from doing the research, the whole thing becomes sort of useless. So you do a research and your findings need to be shared, not only to participants, but also to the community to which they belong, and maybe even society in general. So sharing of the research output has become an important aspect of ethical research as well. Right? Okay. The researcher is, I should also emphasize actually here, a qualified person, scientist who will undertake the ultimate responsibility, who has the ultimate responsibility for the integrity of the research, both its scientific integrity and the ethical integrity. So some say the buck stops with the researcher. In contrast to the term investigator, researcher is a broader term. Strictly speaking, we try to apply the term investigator to a similarly qualified person who is commissioned to do a specific research project at a specific site. Okay. Well, technicians, we have collectors of data, we have research assistants, statistical experts, all of that. So these are, we generally call them in general terms technician. And of course, the research participant. He or she is the source of our information, and being that he or she is subject to our intervention, either by observing, interviewing, or asking them to do things. A research participant is the most important component. Yeah. So, sorry, Jen. So, again, let's move ahead. Now, the protocol is the document that outlines the whole thing about the project or the research. It becomes a, notice it says document, so it must be written, must be written. Whether it's electronic now, in these times, or of course you need a hard copy as well for your files. Tells you everything about the research. In contrast to a proposal. Now, the proposal, sometimes we use them interchangeably, but in our language, the proposal has yet to be reviewed and approved by the Research Ethics Committee. So that's the proposal. Once it has undergone those processes, it now becomes a protocol. And there is an important implication when it is already called a protocol because it has been reviewed and approved. If it is a protocol, we cannot deviate from the protocol when we conduct our research. And that's very important to keep in mind. Any deviation from the procedures that are in the protocol have to be explained, justified to the Research Ethics Committee. And if not justifiable, then the data that comes from those deviations will not be included, should not be included in the database. And because there was no assurance that those data were obtained with integrity and with guarantee of protection of the participants. Right? So I hope that's clear. I think that's a very important aspect of ethical research, sticking to the approved protocol. Now, if there's a need to change anything in the protocol, there should be a prior protocol amendment that the Research Ethics Committee should again review and approve before it can be implemented. Okay, so when we say protocol, we need to distinguish it from a proposal because it has implications. Next. Clinical trials, I suppose some of you are involved in clinical trials. Usually these are studies on investigational products, mostly drugs or other medical devices. And before embarking on a clinical trial, because it's very important that data is documented for assurance of integrity, and that the other aspect, of course, is human participants are protected. for an investigator or a research ethics committee that could embark on looking at clinical trials, there's a separate 2 to 3 day training. We call that the Clinical Practice Guidelines Workshop for clinical trials. Next. Sponsor is another stakeholder. Usually they have the money to fund the research. And again, it refers to specifically either a person or a company who owns a medical device or a product. They make the protocol, research protocol, the proposal, and then eventually the protocol. And then they ask someone, usually a qualified scientist, to be their investigator. In contrast to a funding agency. A funding agency, they of course they have the money, such as PCHRD, they have the money. Usually they have a list of research topics, and a researcher doing research on their research topics can ask them for funding. The funding agency usually will not make the protocol, but it will be the researcher who will do that. So sponsor versus funding agencies, there's a difference there. Next. Okay, importance of research. It's important for us to move forward. It must be something that is good for human beings. So sometimes we call that social value. So it offers hope, and it is a means to action. That's the importance. And throughout history, participants in research have been harmed, even by well-meaning individuals, no? Precisely because of the absence of guidelines and oversight by kunyari, research ethics committee or some such other regulatory bodies. And this is a partial list of examples in history where participants were harmed one way or another. Next. Right, so this is the continuation of that list. And as recently as the 1970s, even in countries that you would consider more advanced in research ethics, inadvertently, without really meaning to, have harmed participants in their research projects. Next. And these are the more recent ones, public having been harmed. I'm not sure if you are familiar with Dr. Wakefield. He published articles in reputable journals claiming that the vaccine for measles and rubella caused autism in children, only to be found later that his data were all fabricated. And so they had to, but the harm was done because of his publications, which were, of course, retracted eventually. Because of his publications, confidence in vaccines decreased. And so parents were no longer sending their children for vaccination. So what happened? Oh, there was an outbreak of measles in certain communities where that happened. So people have been harmed because of loss of credibility when research misconduct is next. These are other bad examples of bad research as well. So this is a relatively long list. Will not detail every one of them. So either from academic dishonesty or scientific misconduct, leading to bad research outputs. And in the introduction of our colleagues, stealing credits for results like authorship, publication issues, disputes over funding, And an example of this is reviewing your own articles, no? Not resolving conflicts of interest. Imagine you review your own articles or can be published. So that's self-serving. Yeah, next. And there have been efforts throughout history again of promoting ethics in research. The usual event is after discovering a research misconduct, the reaction is putting up guidelines to prevent future occurrence of those misconducts. So we have down the line examples like the Nuremberg Code from the Nazi experiments, atrocious experiments of the Nazis, came out the Nuremberg Code. And then there is this World Medical Association Declaration of Helsinki. Throughout the years, their guidelines have been updated. Declaration of Helsinki is one of the favorite documents used as basis, no, for guidelines. Even our own national guidelines are partially but heavily based on the Declaration of Helsinki. The United Nations also, and the Belmont Report is from the United States. This was formulated in 1979. Next. In the US also, there is the so-called Common Rule for federally funded researchers in the US. So the Common Rule contains several provisions on the guidelines for conducting research when they use federal money. CIOMS is another one. This is medical. And the third bullet there is the ICH Harmonized Tripartite Guidelines. This is the good clinical practice guidelines harmonized for countries doing clinical trials. WHO has its own, started in 2011. What's good about WHO is they are operational guidelines, standards and operational guidelines, a good resource as well. And our own national guidelines, the Philippine Health Research Ethics Board 2017 edition of the National Ethical Guidelines. Tomorrow we'll be discussing the provisions of these guidelines in a little bit more detail. Suffice it to say for now that there have been efforts in promoting ethics in research. Next. So what are the lessons that we have learned and are supposed to retain? Research involves human beings, whether directly or indirectly. We've learned throughout history that at times these human beings are used as mere instruments. They can be abused and overused. Even good people have acted in bad ways because of the absence of guidelines. So people, the public, have been harmed, as we mentioned. They are either wronged or harmed, put at risk for harm, and are often not valued or protected. And when we go through our training in the next 2 days, we'll try as much as possible to apply the ethical principles. So these lessons, the harm that had been done, will no longer occur. Valuing the research subject, who is the most important component of the research. This is an important lesson as well. And this is a universal concern, protection of participants, to be at par with international standards. We need to be aware also and practice protection of our research participants. Next. Other lessons, our duty to experiment or to do research does not mean doing it under any type of conditions. We need to provide conditions that will not put research participants unduly at harm's way. There are correct ways of doing it using established ethical guidelines and regulatory systems. So we must abide by these guidelines and regulatory rules. We should not take offense when we are required to go through or to follow the guidelines, because the guidelines are there to assure that our data, when we do research, our data are acceptable, they are of integrity, and that we've not harmed anybody doing our research. Next lesson. We also need to consider all the stakeholders, not only the researcher, the sponsor maybe, or the funding agency, of course the participants, and by extension, the community to which the participants belong. There are times when we do research without participants directly benefiting from their participation. Who will benefit will be the community to which they belong, either as a research on indigenous peoples, research on prisoners. It's possible that our research will not benefit directly the prisoner who volunteered, but the community of prisoners when we come up with our findings. So we mentioned already the environment, the institution to which the researcher belongs, and where the research is undertaken. The institution has a right to be credited with the output of the research also. Maybe not just by reputation, but even financially. So that is also possible. Next. So research ethics is important because it is the right thing to do. It assures that when we comply with ethical guidelines in doing research, two things are guaranteed. One is the data is good data. The data are good data. So data integrity, we call that data integrity. We are assured that it is not fabricated, falsified. The other important thing is that the participants benefited, or at least they were not harmed when they participated. And when we do that, people believe research outputs. They trust researchers and the outputs that they come up with. It reduces liabilities, wasted time and resources. Right? Because, as I mentioned before, part of the ethical consideration in research is how we use the research. It should be shared. And it leads to better sponsor, investigator, participant, and public relationship. And even when you comply with the guidelines, when we comply with the guidelines on research, we are protected from liabilities. One of the frequent questions some participants, put forward is, can the research ethics committee, or maybe even the institution or the researcher, be sued in court if something happens to the participant? And that's the usual question. So we're talking here about legal liabilities. Of course, they can be sued, but the question is whether it will prosper, whether the case will prosper in court. We always say that if you are compliant with the guidelines and you follow the protocol diligently, it will not prosper. So follow guidelines and adhere to the protocol. If something happens, some adverse event happens, then even if you are brought to court, the case will not prosper. We call that due diligence in conducting the research. Next. Who is responsible for making sure that we do research ethically? We have regulatory bodies, both international and national. Among the national, FREB, which is Philippine Health Research Ethics Board, is mandated by a Philippine law to see to it that when research on human beings is conducted, especially health research or health-related research, that the guidelines are followed. The Food and Drug Administration, for certain types of researches, acts as a regulatory body as well. And some such other groups are like professional societies, like your consortium, for example. And of course, most of you, in fact, all of you probably represents different institutions. So your institutions serve as a body overseeing research. Of course, there's the sponsor, then the research participants, and the researcher. All of these working together should assure that research is done ethically. Next. And this is the national framework. It's a framework showing the relationship of the different stakeholders in doing research. And notice this framework was updated in 2016. Central to the framework are the research participants, implying that they're really the most important member of the framework. Right? And all around are the different stakeholders. Okay, next. This is FREB, Philippine Health Research Ethics Board. As I've mentioned, based on a law, the mandate is for FREB to become the national policy-making body on health research. And the FREB has formulated the National Ethical Guidelines. The latest edition is the 2017 edition. The copy of these guidelines can be downloaded for free at the website of PCHRD. The FREB is also mandated to establish and manage the Research Ethics Committee through registration and accreditation and monitoring of performance. The CSA, as you see here, is the committee headed by our co-facilitator this morning. Dr. Abongala is the chairman of this committee on standards and accreditation. So if you have any questions about how to apply for accreditation, etc., so she will be now the best position to inform you about them. Training is under the other committee. The fourth bullet there is Committee on Information, Dissemination, Training, and Advocacy. This is us here today. We also have a database, and we work with FDA in resolving ethical issues in human research. So this is FREB, that's us here. Next. The landscape of research in the Philippines is something that is both challenging and at the same time encouraging. So there are a lot of researches ongoing because they say we are becoming a research hub, internationally known as a research hub because of several attractions as listed here. Virgin pool of participants, low research costs. They say we're cheap, relatively cheaper than our other neighbors. And we have good investigators, researchers. So a lot of researches are being done here in our country. And in fact, during these COVID times, we are participants in several solidarity trials, both for treatment and also the vaccines for COVID. Next. So the essence of ethics in research is, number one, it should be for the good of man. So pursuit of good. That that is the very first question we need to consider when we're looking at whether our research is ethical or not. And if I ask you, can you think of a research that right from the start does not have social value? It's not good for man. In fact, it is probably to the detriment of man in general. If right from the start there is no social value, then we don't even consider doing it. We should not even consider doing it. Okay, next. So the other essence is must value and protect the research participants. The application of ethical principles of beneficence and non-maleficence, meaning doing good and not doing harm. The application of those principles is more strict when we do research rather than in actual daily life. That implies that we cannot sacrifice the welfare of human participants for the progress of science or some other such good. There must be some other way of doing it. That's what this ethics in research implies. Next. Again, valuing the research participants, preferably benefited when participants enroll in they join research. At least, the very least, not put at undue or unreasonable harm. Right, so those two important aspects. Next. So how do we do that? They must be protected from harm. So non-maleficence, an end and not a means for his good. So that's beneficence, not benefiting. Respected as persons with dignity. So that's autonomy, principle of autonomy, and equal to other persons, so the principle of justice. In the next few sessions, we'll be discussing this in greater detail, the application of these important principles. Next, please. So again, we're just emphasizing some of the things we've mentioned already. So research must be of social value, pursuit of good. This must be scientifically sound, meaning we look at the protocol itself, whether it is based on valid methodology. Ethical soundness is valuing the subject. One important component of research to be ethical is you must be undertaken by a qualified, appropriate researcher. If the researcher is not duly qualified or trained on the subject matter of the research, then there is high likelihood that adverse events or maybe harm, undue harm, will happen to the participants. So we need to look at their curriculum vitae. So when we assess this appropriateness, research outputs must be shared to the community and benefit the other stakeholders as well. Part of it is being sensitive to differences and tolerant to gender and cultural differences. Right. And finally, must undergo research ethics committee review and approval. So these are the essential components for a research to be ethical. All of them must be present. Next, please. Right. So in summary, ethics in research is moral behavior in the conduct and the use of the outcomes of the research. Ethical behavior is pursuing what is good and valuable, especially protecting the well-being or welfare of the research participants and the integrity of the data that we come up with, avoiding research misconduct. Participants must be valued as people or persons with dignity. applying the four ethical principles. Ethical misconduct in research still ongoing. Hopefully, by adhering to guidelines, we'll be able to minimize them. Assigning to the researcher or the investigator, as we've defined them, the ultimate responsibility, not only of the scientific integrity of the research, but also its ethical soundness. Right? So when we do research ethically, our outputs become useful and worthwhile. So that is the essence of ethics in research. Okay, I think that's the last slide. If you have any questions in this overall presentation of ethics in research, then you may either use the chat box or we can give you the virtual floor. Okay, we have a small group activity for all of us, disciplinary session, just to encourage you to speak up, hopefully show yourself also. Think about an incident of unethical research in your that you have been made aware of without mentioning names or identifiable details, just the incident. And maybe we can, this is a sharing event. Sharing event. Whether it's ethical or unethical, maybe both sides you can present the good side and maybe even the bad side. Okay. I see some in the chat box, so we prefer, of course, that you speak. We'll give you the microphone, and preferably again we see you. So let's see. The question asked: are there groundbreaking research studies that were not ethical? Radioactivity, X-ray are groundbreaking studies within the purview of research. There certainly are. No? For example, the historical, well, let me cite historical and many of them medical. The one that I could mention is Tuskegee, the Tuskegee syphilis study, just one of many throughout history. And this happened in the US, in the if I'm not mistaken, in the 1940s, no, in 1950s up to the 1970s. Doctors from National Institutes of Health, American doctors, in Tuskegee, they put up a center where Black people with syphilis were confined. The objective of the study was to determine the natural course of syphilis infection. So the Black people, they were there, they had syphilis, and they were observing them, taking down notes on the natural, what happens to a patient with syphilis, right? During the course of the study, they found out when penicillin was developed, that penicillin could cure syphilis. The unethical part there was they withheld penicillin for these Black people because they treated with penicillin, they will interrupt the natural course, so they would not know the natural course anymore because they will treat them. So they withheld penicillin for the benefit of knowing, and this is considered unethical, grossly unethical. You cannot withdraw if you knew that it will treat just for the sake of science. This is what we meant kanina when we say you cannot sacrifice the well-being of an individual and justify it by saying science will develop because of that. But that's just at least one. Groundbreaking din siya kasi study, they started learning about syphilis in several stages, etc. If you don't treat it, you don't diagnose it, it becomes this. And they justified the withholding of penicillin by saying at that time penicillin was major rare, expensive, and they said anyway these black people they cannot afford penicillin. Again, that's an ethical part there. If they're part of the study should really provide the treatment for free, you know, care of the study. So that's just one example, and there are many others. Many others. Anyone else would like, either in the chat box or are you aware of any in your work as fabrication, falsification, or maybe an ethical claim of credit for research outputs? Wala?
Doc, excuse lang po.
Yes.
May
Kel.
I acknowledge the presence of the Regional Director, Jose B. Patalinghog.
Oh, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to our training sessions, and we're happy again to and appreciative of you asking us to conduct this training for NCR, DOST-NCR.
Morning to all.
Yeah.
We have a question from the chat from Mapua Jonathan Salvacion.
I heard of people being included as authors just to improve chance of publication. Yeah, not uncommon actually. So parang violating the principle of justice, di ba? As you know, some people kasi, some researchers, because they're seasoned, they have been published a lot. If you include them as authors in your research, chances of being accepted for publication is increased. And some incidents, it's not for publication, but really for approval of request for funding. You include the name of, kunyari ito, season na. Pag nandun yung pangalan niya, chances are ma-approve yung paper mo for either funding or publication, no, yung gano'n. Eh, hindi naman pala legitimately an author. Parang ginamit mo lang yung pangalan. Of course, that's not allowed. In the next presentation, I think, or in some other presentation for the training, we'll talk about the requirements for someone to be an author. So funding alone is not acceptance for publication alone, using the reputation or good name of another person. Again, alone by itself is not a legitimate reason to be an author of a paper. So that's misconduct. Considered misconduct. Anything else? Let me look at this one. Should all REC need to be accredited by FREB? Yes. Yes, that's a...
Sorry.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, sorry, this is Dr. Mabunga from the Philippine Normal University.
Yes.
That question, because the PNU does not offer any health-related program, and because it's a teacher education university, and so there was that question before some of the members of our faculty, why do we need our research and ethics committee? Because we have an existing research and ethics committee. Why do we need to have it accredited before PHRED, even though we do not have that health program?
Well, if you look at the guidelines, the 2017 guidelines, it says they're health and health-related research. The WHO has expanded the definition of health to include not only the environment, but also social dimensions, including psychological dimensions of health. The basis for that is the dictum that you cannot be healthy outside of these other dimensions: psychological, economic, social. No? So, like for example, a social type of research, not necessarily looking at hypertension or diabetes. No? You cannot. So this is the overall thinking now. Besides being accredited, of course, implies certain competencies. Diba? Kasi you can always sabihin, we have a research ethics committee naman. But if it's not compliant with the requisites or competencies of research ethics committee, there is no assurance that there is compliance with guidelines, that the review and monitoring of the research project is standardized and of quality. Parang ganun.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for that clarification.
Yeah, I think even for you, PNU, kasi there's several levels. As I mentioned kanina, no, the chair of our accreditation committee is here with us. Maybe level 1 is sufficient, and it's just submission of certain documents, and maybe of course later on a proof that guidelines are being adhered to. Takes a little bit of effort naman. We keep saying accreditation is something that guarantees certain adherence to standards. No? So if you're not accredited, I hope you don't take offense. It's sort of parang substandard siya. Kasi standard nga is to be accredited. No? Even if you're doing research only on, well, when I say only, it's not to demean it, health related. Kasi they've included, this is WHO speaking na. So it's not just about health, it's health related.
Thank you, sir. Because we were actually ready to submit our application, except that we needed the approval of the Administrative Council of the University, and that was early this year. And pero inabutan na tayo ng COVID. Yes, sir. So we will be processing it later on.
Yeah, online submissions are in fact now.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Let me check the chat box. I saw another. How about research advisors submitting and presenting the work of their advisee in international conferences? Is this ethical? There are guidelines for this. The 2017 National Ethical Guidelines contains a section on the responsibility of research advisors and mentors. And let me answer your question right away, but you can always refer to that portion there. In fact, I usually put that as an assignment for tonight, asking you to read that particular portion. If the thesis advisor or maybe the mentor of a student is going to present internationally, kasi kunyari hindi pwede yung student, no? For whatever reason, so it's going to be the mentor or the advisor who's going to. You have to ask the very least the permission of the student, preferably written. And then when you present, the author should still be the student, and maybe you can say you are the presenting author of the particular study. When you say kasi presenting, not necessarily you're the main author, and you have to show proof that you've asked permission from the student to bring the research to wherever internationally, and you present it yourself. So there are certain conditions for that. If you don't, you just do it, then it becomes. taking credit for something that is really not yours. Right? Right. So, if anything else, if there's nothing else, how will you consider those past health environment related with which were not reviewed by the committee wherein some policies have been made? Let me just think about this and clarify it to myself. Unless you'd like to elaborate a little bit further, no, Sir Neri, did I get that right? How will you consider? Go ahead, please. Go
Good
ahead.
morning, sir. Sir, kasi
Yes.
previously, parang we are not aware na may ganitong policy or may ganitong committee na nagre-review.
Yes, po.
So, na-complete na po yung study. So, kung meron po kami mga kung may na-develop po kami na parang internal policy, ano po ba yung, paano nyo i-assess o yung yung policy na na-formulate na yun nga, hindi nga po ng review or assessment
Yeah.
before na ma-conduct po.
I understand. Kaya ako pina-qualify, no, yung tanong mo, yung situation. It's an internal policy. It's not something that applies to other institutions. Ganon. So, kunyari, nagpa-survey kayo or may ni-review kayo for your own institution.
Opo.
Ganun po
Sir,
ba yun?
kung kunyari, yung hindi siya ganun ka-internal, parang pwede naming gawin na parang department na policy or pwedeng nationwide na rin later. Kasi kung department na siya, i-adapt na yun ng ibang region.
Right. I understand.
Okay.
In principle kasi, walang retroactive review and approval of researches. I understand, of course, that at the time it was done, you were not aware na kailangan pala. And I hope we're talking here about a research activity. Hindi siya, kunyari, if you do strat planning in your institution, you came up with changes in policies, maybe, yung mga ganun. That's not a research activity, di ba? It's strat planning. So, if you think it is a research and kaya natin define what research right from the start.
Sir, kasi yung pong research is yung nag-take po kami ng mga hair samples from yung mga, yung sa mga landfill site ba, sir? Tinitingnan namin yung accumulation ng mga heavy metals dun sa kanilang mga buhok. So, nagkaroon po kami ng ganong findings. So, yun po. Hindi po
So it's research.
Opo. Hindi po siya nag-pass ng sa art.
There are recommendations following your research output.
Yung mga based dun sa results na may mga ganitong accumulation ng heavy metals.
Well, you'll just have to learn from history, just like yung mga task and G. Now that you know those types of activities, there are certain guidelines. I think kung yung ano lang naman dyan, offhand, I don't know the exact protocol. Offhand, it's just a matter of issue of privacy and confidentiality dyan. I think one of the main, if you anonymize, kaya lang yun nga, walang retroactive kasi review and approval. So, in the future, you'll just have to go.
Sige, sir. Thank you po. Naman. Hindi naman namin pinablish yung mga names, yung mga subjects.
Yes.
Tapos nagkaroon po kami ng orientation na sinabi namin na ito yung purpose ng research. Nag-conduct kami before mag-collect po ng mga hair samples.
Yes, most likely if you submitted that, the way you're saying now, what you're saying is most likely sabihin nila, okay, kaya lang wala talagang retroactive. Certify nila kasi it happened already. There's no way anymore of verifying. Right. Thank you. Is the internet online collection of data also included in ethics? What are the process of internet ethics? Yes, very much so. Very much so. We have at least a half-day training on this, data privacy, even online. The essence here is Our expert on Data Privacy Act is Professor Peter C. of UP Diliman. He's very much involved here. In fact, he just conducted a special training a few days ago for Western Mindanao State University on data privacy. And it includes certainly even online surveys and some such activities, data collection. There are certain guidelines for this. Protection of the data, who will have access, certain safeguards so that the access is limited to those who have a right to the information, some such guidelines. So there are, because as you are already familiar, even online data can be hacked, can be misused against other people. So again, depending on the topic, especially certain topics kasi even online surveys, di ba, can be either discriminating, can cause bias, can ruin reputation. So we must be careful about this. There are guidelines for this. If I'm not an expert on the Data Privacy Act, as I've said, it's Professor Peter C. And I'm not sure if we can incorporate, just sing it. If you're really interested in that, we'll try. I cannot promise. Maybe we can try to put that in maybe tomorrow if you are really into it. If many of you are into that kind of research activity online, we'll see. I'm sorry, I cannot promise that I'll be able to do that, but we'll try. The best thing I could do is share with you the link, because Professor Peter C. has already created an online training on, and this is very extensive training. Although you can just take portions of it. I'll try to ask his permission to share with you the link to the training programs he's put up online. Of course, these trainings, I'm pretty sure you can just, if you have the link, you don't have to pay anything to train online for this. You can access the resources there for your guidance. Thank you for that question. Very important also. Jel, please take note lang, we need to ask Professor Peter C. Di ba, we just had the training for WIMSU on that. So
Yes po.
half the training for him. So that's for Christina. So we'll try, Christina. The very least is sharing with you the link to that training of Professor Peter C. Okay. Anything else that you feel either as a form of question or sharing of an ethical that you become aware of, or kahit nabalitaan nyo lang? I'm trying to access the program just to see where did I put that here. Okay, so just a to check. We're supposed to have a morning break at 10 o'clock. It's rather early for it, unless you'd like to take the break ahead, and then after, it's supposed to be a 15-minute break, according to my copy of the program. So we can take that, and then the next part of our program is a lecture by Dr. Bongala on research ethics principles. So if you're okay with that, I can even give you the 25-minute break, morning break. So we'll start again at 10 o'clock. Dr. Sonia, would that be okay with you?
Yeah, okay.
So 10 o'clock is still a little early than our program.
Yeah.
Okay, so 10 o'clock, please come back at 10 o'clock after your break, and then Dr. Sonia will talk about research ethics principles, and we will follow that with a small group work. Okay. If there are any other questions as afterthought, please put them in the chat box, and maybe we'll try to address all of your questions. Okay. All right. So see you back at 10 o'clock for the lecture. Thank you, Dr. Hassan. Angel?
Yes po.
Ready na ba si Dr. Sonia?
Apo.
Okay, sige. Dr. Sonia, I have the virtual floor.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to take up now the research ethics principles. And this will be the basis of all the ethical guidelines and policies that we make. Next. Okay. So, in ethics, a common basis is the use of these ethical principles, and the research ethics derive most of the codes on these ethical principles that we will mention. Okay, the objectives of the session are to justify the need for knowing the principles, enumerate most of them, especially in relation to research, explain the meanings, and apply to research. And so you will make your research ethical. So why do we need the principles? We list them down. Also, most important will be the application of the principles to your work, and we will summarize it. Okay, so why the principles? It's basically the language of ethics. And as I said before, it's the basis of the most of the codes and guidelines and policies derived. Also, the principles are easy to state and understand, and it will provide direction and answers to your ethical questions. More importantly, it will stress individual rights and duties. So let's go now to the principles. There are 4 of them. One is beneficence, and connected to that is non-maleficence. We also have respect for person or the autonomy of each individual, and justice in research. Okay, what is beneficence? It's an act for the benefit of others. It's a desired outcome, and it should offer an advantage to the participant in joining the research. There should be a promotion of the good and minimize or remove the harm as much as possible. But basically, you should desire the good effects or the benefits that the participants can get from the outcomes of the research and in the participation in the research. Benevolence can be a virtue in itself, and it should be the desired intention. And in research, beneficence is usually directed to the participants and the community participating in the research. What are the types of benefits that can be derived from research? It can be a direct benefit to the participants or an indirect benefit, a side benefit. It can be intended or unintended. It can be actual or just a potential. And most research will give potential rather than actual benefits. And it depends on the character. It can be a physical benefit. You feel better, especially in health research. It's seen as a physical benefit. It can be psychological or mental. It cannot be seen, but the participant will have like relief from stress or feeling of well-being. It can be social benefit. It can be economic, a little bit better economically after the participant has been involved in the research. It can be little benefit like monetary compensation. It can be spiritual. Now, the importance of beneficence in research. Research actually is not a usual activity for participants. It is something that takes them out of their ordinary activities. But the participants are needed in research. No participant, no research. But the participant has the right to choose whether or not they wish to join or not. And they can quit anytime they like, just because they like quitting. Therefore, it is important that by joining a research, the participant must at least have some form of benefit that can be derived from the research. The benefit to the participant must be of priority instead of sacrificing the benefit or less benefit for the participant, but it's the researcher who will benefit most by increasing his reputation, or that science will progress, or the institution will get more funding, and society will be a little better. But primarily, it's for the benefit of the participant that should be of importance. Researchers should have the welfare of the participants as the goal of any research, rather than the other other areas of beneficiaries for the research. The community may be involved, but may not necessarily be part of the research. So what do we do with benefits? As much as possible, benefits should be maximized, and the motive should be for the good of humanity, and the research is not ethical unless there is of a social value to it, that the society can benefit. And therefore, it should be scientifically sound, it is ethically acceptable, and there will be a social benefit that can be derived from the research. And therefore, the topics that should be chosen for the participant should be relevant to the needs of the participant. If they won't benefit from it, choose another population which will get benefit from the outcome of the research or from the participation in the research. Be it also like, for example, the community will benefit from it. And if you align your research topic to the national research thrust of the government or of the Department of Health or whatever department you belong to, then it's for the good of everybody. So maximizing the benefits, and then you have a better chance of getting funding. You better align it with the National Unified Health Research Agenda of the government. And the different agencies involved are DOH, DOST, CHED, and the NIH. So you can get funding from them because they have already studied the specific needs and the more urgent needs of the population. Okay, so the participants should become better by joining the research. At the conclusion of the study, they should not be worse than before they started the participation in the research. And participants should also have some form of benefits even in non-therapeutic research or surveys, especially the social and behavioral research done in the different universities. The community should also be benefiting from the research. It can change the life of the people in the community. There can be a technology transfer, there can be capacity building, and in community research, there should be a sharing of the results to the community so that the community which participated will be the ultimate recipients of the outcome of the research. And therefore, community consultation, even at the planning stage of the research, is very important, because then you will know what are the needs of the community and will make the benefits derived from the research applicable to the community. Non-maleficence. In medicine, the first rule is first do no harm. So non-maleficence means do not harm and do not put the participants at risk of harm. So it is the duty of all the stakeholders, primarily the principal investigator, the research ethics committees, the regulatory bodies, to protect, preserve, and defend the welfare of the participants and the others affected by the research, including the environment. Okay. Non-maleficence is independent of consent. You cannot say that because the participant consented, then it is okay to put the participant at risk of harm. So the dictum is first do no harm, and you should desire the good or beneficence. We should differentiate harm from wrong. Harm is more physically seen, and wrong is more psychological and not necessarily seen physically. Harm is an actual non-maleficence, while risk is a potential. Okay, so usually non-maleficence should be directed to the subject, the community, and the researcher. Sometimes in some research, like social behavioral research, a researcher can also be put at risk. For example, like there was one protocol I saw that the researcher would go to a prostitution den and try to research on the habits of the prostitutes, etc. And by trying to look like a prostitute herself. So that will be unacceptable, because the researcher can be enormously harmed. Okay, so the types of harms can be direct or indirect. It can be unintended. So therefore, when you look at the risk and benefit of the research that you're going to propose, not only the obvious risks should be thought about, but also what can be derived as a risk to harm in the research. It can be potential what may happen or what can obviously happen. And it can be physical, psychological, social, or economic, and sometimes legal. Like for example, in research involving drug pushers or drug abusers, there's a legal implication for this, especially if there's a breach in confidentiality of the data. Some people can be put to jail. Okay, so primarily do no harm. And of course, risks cannot be totally eliminated, but it should be minimized. and it should be reasonable and proportionate, at least, to the benefits that can be derived. Okay, the subject is needed for research, as I said before, and therefore subject, community, and the other stakeholders should not be put at risk to harm. How do you minimize? You plan ahead. Look at the nature of the risks and the harm that can be derived from the research. How serious are the harms? What's the likelihood of the harm occurring? And you put in precautions so that you avoid or you minimize the risk of harm. And you can do this by, number one, a sound scientific protocol. In the design itself, there should be safeguards. And if it cannot be avoided, there should be correct and appropriate compensation for injury derived from the participation. And the participant should not be prevented from withdrawing anytime, even like withdrawal of data. If they want their data to be withdrawn from your pool, they have a right to be deleted from your database. And the data privacy law allows that. They can modify, they can have it deleted, especially if the participant expressed his wish to do so. And consider also the harm to the third parties. Like, for example, in interviewing participants, and it will implicate another person other than the participant or the researcher, then the third party can be harmed also. Okay, so besides the scientifically sound proposal, the researcher should be qualified by education, training, and experience. Like, for example, if you are a psychologist, you are more qualified to do behavioral studies. But a mathematician will have a difficult time being qualified to do the behavioral study. In medicine, for example, if you're a pediatrician, you are required to be or, for example, the one who's a specialist in old people, geriatrics, can be a part of the team, even if not the primary investigator in a study involving old people. So also the education. Therefore, the Research Ethics Committee should look at the curriculum vitae of the investigator and the team, so that the experience, the training should be appropriate to the study being proposed. Of course, there should be peer review, meaning a technical review by the department and an ethics review of an accredited ethics committee, review committee. It is important to have a community consultation even before the implementation, even during the planning stage of a research, community consultation already, because they know their specific situation. And then you can now think about what are the possible harm that can be happening during the implementation of the research, and how will it impact the community. And this is one of the things that is very important, the conflict of interest. So if, for example, a teacher will conduct a study on students, his own students, of course, there's conflict of interest there. He would like his students to participate, and he would like the research result to be very good. Or for example, if a doctor will recruit his own patients, there's conflict of interest there. So a conflict of interest can be managed by putting in a co-investigator, especially in getting the informed consent, so that the potential participant being recruited cannot be subjected to tremendous stress by saying yes to the investigator and participating in the research, even if they don't like. It's sort of like a cultural thing for us. So we put in safeguards and manage conflict of interest. Or if you have financial investment in the research, that can be a conflict of interest as far as the researcher is concerned or investigator is concerned. So what are the reasonable risks? We look at the benefit, risk, or harm ratio, and it should be positive towards the benefits side. As much as possible, the benefits should outweigh the harms or the burdens towards all stakeholders. Okay, respect for person. This means that the personal dignity and autonomy of individuals will be recognized and respected, and more importantly, those with diminished autonomy, the vulnerable population, the vulnerable group, like children, those with diminished competence, those like below your, in terms of job, there's a superiority or there's moral ascendancy. The people under the vulnerable group should be given special protection. So this is stated in the National Ethical Guidelines of 2017. Okay, so people should not be used as a means to an end, but should be looked at as an end themselves. So how do we respect persons participating in the research? We know that they can and they should decide what is best for them. And the research participation should be voluntary. Okay? So, and always think of the subjects or the participants as helping you, the researcher. Without the participant, there will be no research and no outcome and no paper for you for publication. So how do we apply it? We should apply, first, do no harm. Your intention should be good, and you should respect the participants in terms of their voluntariness and their wish to participate in your research. Okay, And when we recruit participants, it should be done in a respectful manner. There should be no coercion or no dangling of excessive rewards just so you can make them join. And if they choose not to join, the choice should be honored and respected. And if it involves vulnerable population, special protection should be accorded. Okay. There should also be gender and cultural sensitivity so that those people different from us will be given the same respect that we get, especially those being discriminated upon. Okay, therefore, the researcher should be very vigilant against insensitivity to gender issues and cultural issues. Then we go to informed consent. Informed consent is asking the participant whether they want to join or not, after being given appropriate and enough information so that they can decide for themselves whether they want to join or not, whether it will be beneficial or bad for them if they join. Now, in order to honor the choices, if new information will be available in the conduct of the research, even at what point in the implementation of the research, if information that will make the participant think about whether they still want to join or continue to participate, a reconsent is necessary. Therefore, the free and informed consent is not a one-time big-time signing of paper or thumb marking. It's a continuous process depending on the development of the research. Then let's look at justice. That's the last principle. Justice means you give people their due and you do not deprive them their rights. If you go further, you can say it should be fair when you are in need, and also fair if you're the one to give. So it's equal respect for what is due or what is the right of the person. Okay, so it's based on fundamental rights and freedoms. And there should be an equal share of burdens and benefits. We do not choose a population because they're poor, or because they cannot complain, or because they're in dire need. We have to, or for example, in medicine, the example here is doing drug trials in poor resource countries, when in fact you will sell the medicine in a first world country. That is a very obvious lopsided benefit and burden sharing. It's not really sharing, it's exploitation. So if you want more benefits, it will be towards the poor and vulnerable. So that's a Christian attitude. But don't use poor and vulnerable population because they will not complain even if they're harmed. So that inequalities are permissible only insofar as it will improve the condition of the minimally disadvantaged. It should be fair in the process, the way you conduct. There's no more attention given to a certain a certain participant and less attention to the other participants, and the outcome should also be justly distributed in the research. Okay. So for all stakeholders, inequalities should not be increased or no COI, no conflict of interest. The outcome should be shared equally and fairly. And therefore, this also involves truth telling. For the participants, fair recruitment method should be used. Sampling should be equitable. So randomized sampling is preferable rather than non-randomized sampling, so that people will have equal chances of joining and getting the benefits from the research. And the assignment of groups should also be just and fair. Now, what about compensation? The compensation should be enough to cover for the expenses of the participants. For example, travel expenses if they need meals when they participate in the study. You should reimburse at least. It should not be excessive, so that even if the risk of harm is high, they will be more inclined to join against their better reason. And then the benefits should also be shared equally among the different participants. So what is just compensation? It should not be exploitative, meaning you take advantage of the participants, just pay them a minimal amount, and in the end, the participant will spend more during the participation or in your research. It should not be undue, meaning it's not to be too high to make them continue participating even if they don't like it anymore, because they see the reward is great for them. So consider full reimbursement of expenses, which are just. For research with no direct benefit to participants, there should be a compensation which will account for the inconvenience, the time lost, for example, for joining or for traveling to your site, or they have to take a half day off when in fact they will not get a direct benefit from it. They should be compensated. If it's really difficult to recruit participants, a positive incentive can be given, but it should not be excessive. And if injury will occur during the participation, there should be a compensation for that. In drug studies, the sponsor usually has an insurance to take care of the medical expenses just in case adverse events happen in the participation of the subject. Now, the remunerations should be prorated, and it should be per visit, not at the end of the study. It should not be like a reward at the end of the study. If they don't finish, they will be forced to finish even if they don't like it anymore, just so they can get the remuneration. And that is not just. They will look at it as an incentive that can be only received after the visit. So if they spent already, like namasahe, kumain, etc., if there's a companion necessary to accompany them, they also spent for it. And then abonado pa sila. If they don't get it per visit, even if they don't like it anymore, they find it too inconvenient, or they really don't like it anymore, they will be forced to finish the study. Parang napupwersa sila na tapusin. So that removes the voluntariness of the participation, and it's not fair to the participants. They lose the freedom to choose whether to continue participating or not. Now, justice in research for the community means that the community will benefit from the results. Therefore, the research should be relevant to them. And as much as possible, there should be a sustained healthcare, and there can be a transfer of technology or capacity building for the community. And of course, respect for values and beliefs of the community should be built in the protocol. Oftentimes, most research will say it's for the benefit of society. There should be social value. No social value, why will you do it? It's useless. No law should be broken, and the results and the outcomes should be shared by publication or by debriefing the community. And the sharing of the outcome should be timely, hindi yung after several years when it's no longer useful. Okay, so we had some questions about authorship earlier. The lead author should be the one who's responsible for the integrity of the paper. If, like, the buck stops there, if somebody says you copied certain portions of your research or your paper, the lead author will answer for it. Therefore, you cannot say, I relegated it to one of my co-authors. Cannot be. The lead author will be responsible for everything in the paper. All the other authors should have substantial input. Cannot be a gift to your chairman that you will put the name of your chairman of the department as a co-author or as one of the authors because you're a suck-up. Cannot be authorship cannot be a gift. The chairman should have the moral integrity to refuse if he did not have anything to do with the paper. And that's the reason why in some departments you see the chair being an author in all the papers of the residents. That's not just and fair. So, substantial input meaning you have a hand in the concept, the design, data acquisition, etc., and the writing of the paper. And it does not entitle you to an authorship if you just gave money or you contributed your students or participants to the study, or you were the guiding light of the author in doing the paper, or simply because he's indebted to you. Now, the contributors can be listed as those who facilitated the study, but cannot be placed under the acknowledgement section of the paper. Okay, justice in research for the society means no breaking of the law. It should be shared with the society, therefore the outcome should be published. And if there's any fraud or misconduct, somebody should whistleblow. Otherwise, outcomes can be adopted which are not really good for the society, especially if there's fraud or falsification or fabrication in the data. The researcher should be properly compensated, and there should be an autonomy of the researcher. And institutions should also be properly compensated. Like if there's a grant, a part of it can be given to the institution because facilities of the institution were utilized. Also, if you made use of the name of the institution, and the reputation of the institution should be properly protected by not committing any fraud or misconduct in research, because it will destroy. It's very difficult to regain a destroyed reputation, especially for an institution. It seems like all the research done in that institution will be now subject to doubt. Okay? And the sponsor deserves a due diligence from the researcher or principal investigator in exchange for the funding that they generously gave, so that there will be research. So in summary, we should look at the 4 basic principles in ethics so that the research conducted will be sound. You should desire the good that can be derived from the research and the benefits that can be given to the stakeholders. And first, look at the harm that can be derived from the research or as a result of the participation in the research, and you should minimize and see to it that it is reasonable. Between the benefits and the risks, the benefits should be much, much more than the risks of harm. You cannot increase the benefits to compensate for high risk. Choose another topic. It's better that way. Respect for person means honoring the choices of the potential participant by obtaining a free and informed consent, and giving special protection to vulnerable population. And justice should be observed by being fair and giving what is due to the participants and the stakeholders. Thank you. You have any questions? No questions?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Tonet Kapili po from Trinity University of Asia. Ma'am, paano po kung halimbawa there was a time kasi na meron sinabit na research sa ethics committee namin do sa Trinity na ang gusto po na it's a student research. Ang gusto po ng mga estudyante is parang yung mystery client. So parang sa isang tindahan, it's really a drugstore. Gusto nilang makita kung paano nagdi-dispense yung mga pharmacies ng gamot. So they had parang mystery client ang dating. How do we deal with that?
Yung may element of deception yon?
Kasi ang gusto nilang mangyari is they wanted to find, merong silang if-field na buyer, usually ang senaryo nila is yung prescription ng gamot ay luma na yung prescription. They would be parang in a way they wanted to see kung or bibili ng gamot na walang prescription. So they would like to see how the pharmacist would behave when faced with this situation, gamit na yung prescription, fake yung prescription, paso na yung prescription.
Sino yung participant mo?
Yun ang yung po mga pharmacist po ng drugstore.
Yung pharmacist mo ng drugstore, yun ang target population mo.
O parang yung behavior po yung po ang lumalabas, parang it's a mystery parang ang dating po ay mystery client. The researchers would be fielding in yung mga buyers of medicine with fake prescription without signature of the doctors, and they would like to see how the pharmacist would react.
So sino ang magpa-participate ang gagawa doon sa iyong sa iyong research, sino yung magpa-participate? Kasi ang target mo yung
ang target po nila yung mga pharmacists, how they would behave.
So ang outcome mo is the
behavior of the pharmacist.
Dispensed with expired. Parang gano'n, di ba? Yung objective mo to find out how percent of the, parang ang objective mo, titingnan mo how many percent of the pharmacists in a certain community or in a certain site will dispense without prescription, with like, wala namang expire yung but old prescriptions.
All
like
prescriptions, all prescriptions, ganun.
Okay. So, pero hindi mo sasabihin sa kanila, di ba?
Kasi paano?
It's just parang consumer, yan, di ba? Parang consumer.
Parang behavior. Paano yun? Is it ethical?
Hindi mo sasabihin sa kanila, di ba? Kasi it's just getting what they, parang public, public behavior yan, di ba?
Pero set up po, I mean, the researchers would be sending the people who would act as customers. It's a deliberate attempt na magbibili ng gamot kahit na halimbawa walang prescription, o di kaya fake yung prescription, o di kaya luma na yung prescription.
Parang consumer survey nga. Di ba?
Paano yung ethics nun? Are we being honest? Para ba yung ang concern po is yung mga is there deception here? Is it ethical if you do a parang setup?
Pag may element ng deception, hindi naman actually deception yun kasi bibili naman sila dun looking at di ba? Ang mangyayari noon, the Research Ethics Committee will look at the proposal na ganun ang methodology and then look at what will they do with the result. Can it not be done without deception? Kung maggagamit ka ng deception, can it not be done without deception? Kasi kung it can't be done without deception, then unethical yun kung gagamit ka ng deception. But if you cannot do it without deception because the behavior will change, the outcome that you want to study will be altered, then the Research Ethics Committee can say, okay, this can be allowed, but afterwards, what will you do? Are you going to debrief these people?
I see.
What will you do to the results that you derive? Will you share it with the pharmacy society and say, you group of pharmacists should now have more ethical and more lawful or legal behavior and strictly comply with the pharmacy law of dispensing, especially prescription drugs.
I see.
Hindi naman unethical na hindi mo sasabihin kasi ang ano naman ang bumibili naman sa butika hindi naman nagsasabi, oy, study ito, research ito.
I see. Opo.
Diba? Or
Opo.
basta gusto ko lang bumili. But pag sinabi mo, nagre-research po ako, even verbally, research po ako, titingnan ko kung bibigyan mo ako ng gamot pag ibinigay ko tong 3 taon ng prescription ko. Palagay mo magbibigay yung pharmacist? No, then the behavior will be altered. Then your results will not be credible anymore. But there should be safeguard. Tapos pagka yung ganon, usually kailangan yung sharing of results mo, especially ganyang significant, may impact yan sa health ng mga tao, di ba? Although behavioral ano yan, may impact yan sa health ng mga tao. Nag-honor yung pharmacist ng lumang prescription na hindi na siguro tama para sa condition ng pasyente ngayon. O kaya prescription drug tapos binigay. Then there should be a debriefing and sharing, and then community should be made aware of it. Community of pharmacists and also like a community of patients to say you should change your habits, not use old prescriptions anymore, etc.
Yes, ma'am.
So, depende sa objectives niya. Tsaka kung gano'n na parang may deception, tingnan ng Research Ethics Committee kung ma-accomplish ba ang goal or objectives even without deception. Kung hindi, ma-alter, it can be allowed. So, depende sa methodology yon, tsaka safeguards na ilalagay ng researcher.
Opo.
Thank you po. Basta hindi mo ituturo ang mga safeguards noon, hindi mo ituturo kung sinong pharmacist yun.
Opo.
That's protection, that's unethical, lalo na nag-deceive ka tapos isusuplong mo siya, mali yun. So, there should be safeguards in that proposal. May deception, cannot be done without deception. Meron bang magkakaroon ba ng breach of confidentiality? May risk ba sa pharmacist? Baka isuplong mo, etc. Yung identity niya, etc. Or yung specific pharmacy, ituturo mo, mahuhuli siya. Re-raid din siya ng FDA.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you po.
So, depende sa safeguards ng proposal. Kaya nga, yung risks, dapat at least commensurate to the benefits. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Nasagot ko po ba ang inyong tanong?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you po.
Okay po. Meron pang tanong? Wala na? Then we go to the interactive session. Okay. Mag-grouping ba? Jel?
Pwede po siya plenary or groupings. Depende po.
May time ba tayo ng May time ba tayo ng mag-grouping?
Meron pa naman po. 10:55
Ma'am Sonia, baka pwedeng plenary mo na lang.
Plenary na lang daw po.
Plenary na lang for now. Very active naman silang mag-participate.
Sige. Mag-participate ang marami. Yung hindi pa nagsasalita, ha? Yung hindi pa nagtatanong.
Yes.
Sige. So first, sino magre-recite una? O volunteer. Volunteer na. Ay, walang volunteer. Ay, Jel, magtawag ka na kaya.
Hi po. Babasahin lang po ba, ma'am?
Oh, tsaka po-process kung anong perception niya dito. Yung sa based on the principles, ano ang magiging problema sa proposal na to. Ibabangga niya sa principles na nakita natin kanina, na tinakil natin kanina.
Sige po, okay lang po basahin ko muna.
Sige.
A researcher wants to know if children tutored by their parents have higher school achievement than children not tutored. At a PTA meeting for grades 2, 3, 4 students, parents were asked to fill a survey regarding homework which included the following questions. On the average, how much time do you spend sitting with your child and going over his or her homework on school days? More than 15 minutes or less than 15 minutes. Those who chose less than 15 minutes were categorized as not tutored, and those who chose more than 15 minutes were categorized as tutored. Corresponding grades were correlated.
Okay. So, ito yung tanong.
Based on the given information, is the study for the good of man? Is it scientifically valid? What harm can it do? What benefit can it provide? Is the benefit risk ratio positive? Is there informed consent? Is the study just?
Sino sasagot ng number 1 question?
Magtatawag po tayo.
Huwag ka na. Jel.
Good morning.
Yes.
Yes po.
Good morning. This is Dr. Teresa de la Cruz from Trinity University of Asia. Based from the case, I think the first item is the study for the good of man. Interpreting the case, I think the goal of if this is a research is to identify if the parents in that particular school is giving sufficient time to teach their kids at home, which should correlate with the given grades. I think the goal is good because the main focus is the student performance versus the time allotted by the parents. So I think the goal is to check if the kids are taught with sufficient time at home. So I think that's the main goal.
Yeah, the study wants to find out whether parents spending at least 15 minutes with the kids
at home. Yes. Yes,
will improve the grade.
Yes, ma'am. So I think the goal is for the good of the kids.
So they want to find out that maybe the recommendation later will be, okay, parents, spend more time with your kids so that they can perform better. So it has social value.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, look at the methodology. It's scientifically valid.
I guess that's the first flaw of that's the first flaw of the case. So there were no, despite there were information regarding the grades of the kids, as well as the main question to be asked is how much time, which they only delimited into less than or more than 15 minutes. And there were sweeping statements such as less than 15 minutes are not tutored. So those are, I think, those will be red flags. So therefore, it's not as supposedly scientific. Um, despite getting numbers as information, but I think this is not as scientific as it should be to really gauge if kid the kids were are ample tutored by their respective parents.
Okay, so there's no basis for the 15 minutes cutoff, whether it will impact on the result or not, right?
Yes, ma'am. I think the 15 minutes as well as the sweeping statement, not tutored and tutored, will not be sufficient enough to match with the corresponding grades.
Okay, so maybe there should be a reassessment of the 15 minutes and the stratification between tutored and not tutored,
Yes, ma'am.
so that it will now correlate with the grade. So you think there's a flaw in that?
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody disagrees?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Anybody who disagrees with your opinion?
Yes.
Yung from normal, educational ano yon, educational institution yon. Di ba may from normal
Yes,
college?
ma'am.
A university?
Yes, ma'am,
Yes,
I'm
what
here.
about the scientific validity?
Um, well, my concern is, well, I agree with Sir yung pong kanina. There are issues when it comes to the validity because it seems like this is a sweeping generalization in terms of the results. But I have more concern in terms of the ethical aspect of it, the way the researcher gathered the data. Like I wonder, although this information does not provide the data does not provide the information. Like for instance, did the researcher, for instance, secure the approval or the authority from the school to conduct the research before a PTA meeting? Because it is a PTA meeting, which means the researcher was. Are we assuming that the researcher was given the authority or the permission to conduct the research during a PTA meeting? And if that is so, I think that's the missing information po dito sa yung interactive session na information. So I have a concern when it comes to the informed consent of the parents in this particular gathering of the data. But as to the issue of the science, whether it is scientific or not, well, it is scientific in the sense that the researcher will be gathering data, but insofar as the conclusion, making that conclusion is concerned, I think there is really a problem. You cannot just simply say that since, if it is less than 15 minutes, they are not tutored, or more than 15 minutes, then they are tutored. I mean, what is the quality of the tutorial aspect, for instance, that has been conducted by the parents? Those sort of things. But I have more concerns of the ethical aspect of it, that is in addition to the overall design of the research.
What do you think can be, what harm can be derived from this proposal?
Well, there is a potential harm both for the parents and the children. Harm in terms of, as I said earlier, there could be some psychological implication to the parents when they say that they may have not tutored their children properly, for instance, or that the parents may have tutored their children, but did they tutor their children correctly? Did it really improve the learning, for instance, of the students when it comes to completing their homework and so on? There is harm on the children, although these are grades 2, 3, and 4, in the sense that, well, depending on whether they will be made aware of the results, for instance, of this particular study. But the children may have impression that their parents are not doing well or they're not assisting them very well with their studies. To me, there could be potential harm to both the parents and the children.
Okay, if you're a parent who tutored and yet your kid got low grades, how will you feel?
That's the point, ma'am. That's precisely is an example of the potential harm to the parent.
Either you did not do a very good job or talagang bobo yung anak mo. Pag
Yes,
bobo,
ma'am.
kailangan na magagawa, genetic.
Yes, ma'am. And so the researcher should address that. Like,
like 15 minutes without specifying how well, etc. The conclusions might do more damage psychologically to both the parent and the kid.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. Load na yung hindi scientifically sound, yung 15 minutes lang. Quantitative lang yung inano niya. And 15 minutes tutoring, I think, is not enough. Nagsisettle down pa lang yung bata doon from play. Correct? Tapos 15
yes,
minutes.
I agree, ma'am.
Okay. Next question. What benefit can be derived? Anybody else? Ibang grupo naman. Yung taga-PUP. Dalawa yung taga-PUP dito, di ba? May isang Santa Mesa, may isang from somewhere na PUP. Sino ba yung participant na PUP?
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Engineer Joseline Dagolpeo from PUP. So I think that the benefit that could be derived from these studies that parents would be aware of the shortcomings of their children not studying well. So perhaps they would make time assessing the yung ano po ng yung mga children nila. That's one benefit that this study could provide.
Okay. Even if the time is insufficient, the very fact that the parent will ask the kid, have you done your homework? Let me see. Kahit 15 minutes lang yan, it will have a reinforcing effect on the kid that he has to do his homework and he has to be diligent, etc. Kasi meron nag-check.
Tapos on the part of the kid naman po, they will feel na parang, oy, importante ko sa parents ko because they are concerned about my studies.
So it will encourage the kids to perform better.
Yes.
So may positive reinforcement in terms of good study habits on the kid. And it will also serve as a bonding time for parents, no?
Yes,
and children. Diba?
Yes po.
Think tutoring, wag lang silang dalawa mag-aaway. Sa tutoring, it's a good quality time for parent and kid. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so.
Ma'am, I have a question. Sorry.
Yes.
Related to the previous slide.
Yeah.
Kasi it's possible kasi there's a confounding variable. Like it doesn't say anything about the IQ of the the child, or maybe even the EQ. It just says ang bias kasi dito doon sa, I mean, based on the information just given on this slide, is that the intervention, which is the tutoring, is effective, but it may have some nuances, like different children with different abilities that are innate, like IQ or EQ, may actually respond differently to the intervention provided by the parent. So I don't know. Ang conclusion kasi is corresponding grades were correlated. So I'm not sure as well about the experimental design, how this was done. But if we're going to view it in the context of ethics, meron ding, I mean the definition of at least the clarification if there are any confounding variables may in a ways withholding some essential information that would support the conclusion. So in my own experience, I would rather think that this is, well, probably not necessarily unethical, but not very rigorous in terms of the experimental design or scientific design of the study.
Yes. So the scientific aspect in terms of methodology leaves much to be improved, right? So that the conclusion will be valid.
Yes, ma'am. I agree.
But simplified lang ito, napakasimpleng but it leaves much to be desired in terms of the design of the proposal. So what will be the benefit risk ratio? Positive, negative? Anong pananaw nyo?
Ma'am?
Compared to the benefit.
Hello, ma'am.
The risk. Yung sa participation. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, sa akin kasi, kasi it would be helping the parents. It would be a positive. It would be a positive since it would make the parents aware that they have to help their children. Kaya lang, ma'am, may tanong lang po ako related doon sa tinanong ni Sir Drandreb. Ma'am, paano yun kung ang research hindi scientifically, kasi parang it's what's coming out with this scenario that it's not scientifically sound. Can the ethics committee ask the researchers to change? Pero ang concern, what if it already passed the technical committee and then gino ni technical committee? Obligasyon pa po ba ni ethics na ipabago?
Yes, ma'am.
I-check ang scientific merit ng paper?
The ultimate, the one who's really, the buck stops at the research ethics committee. Before the research ethics committee will tackle the ethical issues of a proposal, they should first look at number one, the social value, number two, the scientific validity. No scientifically unsound proposal will ever justify an ethical clearance. So even if the technical panel or the technical committee of a department has already approved the proposal, the research ethics committee should look at the scientific validity, still the technical aspect. So yun ang uunahin bago mag-ethical review, ethical issues review. So if they think it is scientifically flawed, then it becomes now part of the recommendation of the research committee. Major modification ito, ayusin ninyo muna yung scientific. Besides that, ito ang aming ethical issue regarding that proposal. So when the research ethics committee gives the recommendation, It should cover everything. Scientific validity and ethical soundness. So that pag nagbigay ng recommendation for modifications or revisions, one goal lang yun, ha? Hindi yung pag nag-resubmit, saka na naman makakahanap ng butas dun sa original proposal, hindi sa revised version. So, titingnan, bubusisiin ng Research Ethics Committee both ang scientific soundness and ethical acceptability of the proposal. I-remind ulit yun dun sa sasabihin doon sa researcher, baguhin mo yan. Pag hindi mo yan binago, hindi namin yan i-approve. Pero ang recommendations dapat specific. Baguhin mo ang ganito. Kuha nyo? Hindi yung sasabihin, revise your proposal. It's not scientifically sound. The Research Ethics Committee should point out specific issues so that the researcher can be guided in how to modify or revise the proposal so that pag nag-resubmit siya, dapat malamang na ma-approve na yon at acceptable na both scientifically and ethically. Okay? So,
Yes,
hindi recommendations ng Research Ethics Committee. Kaya ang Research Ethics Committee, napaka-importante talaga. Kaya hinihingi ng mga journals ang certificate of clearance from the Research Ethics Committee sa mga papers na sinasubmit. Requirement na yun. Hindi mapapublish yan pag walang Research Ethics Committee clearance. And the Research Ethics Committee should be accredited, para acceptable ang kanilang ginagawa. And it is at par with the standards internationally and nationally. So, karapatan ng Research Ethics Committee na ipabago ang proposal kung scientifically sound. Balik uli sa researcher. O, kausapin mo uli ang iyong statistician. Kausapin mo uli ang iyong advisor. Baguhin ninyo ang ganito. Major issues para yan makapasa sa amin. Okay? Hindi pababayaan ng Research Ethics Committee sa technical panel lang yung scientific soundness and then look at the ethical issues lang. Hindi. Titingnan pa rin nila ang scientific validity. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So, ganon. Pero pagka nag-review, both na. Hindi yung, okay lang, ipasa mo muna yung scientific validity, saka na namin titingnan yung ethical acceptability ng proposal mo. Both na. Para one go na lang. So it will be faster and facilitated. Your goal is to see to it that the participants will be protected. Diba? How will you protect the participants if you know the methodology of the proposal is flawed? Ay, mapapariwara yung inyong mga participants or may mangyari doon. Diba? So, karapatan ninyo yon. Tapos, tutulungan nyo rin ang researcher kung paano i-improve ang kanilang proposal para acceptable na yon. At pag in-implement niya yon properly with due diligence, the researcher will get a publishable outcome. Kuha nyo, the research ethics should not be an obstruction to the progress of research. We help. Kaya dapat talagang rigorous ang review. Okay? Meron pang question? Wala na? Oh, next na. Ano na yung risk-benefit ratio? Positive, palagay nyo, worth doing ito kasi malaki ang benefit na makukuha against the potential harm. O, sino nang sasagot? Sino pa ang participants? Volunteer na.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Opo. I think yung benefit saka yung risk nito ay mas malaki yung benefit. Both, tatlo yung nakikita ko, both sa parents at saka dun sa child and then sa teacher. Kung tinitingnan din yung kung gaano ba nabibigyan ng pansin ng mga parents yung mga assignments ng anak, kung paano nila na-tutor, no, na nabibigyan ng time allotment yung mga anak nila. And then for teachers naman, makita nila no, kung gaano na ba karami yung mga assignments na naibibigay nila, kung kaya pa ba ng parents na i-assist yung kanilang mga children. And then I think yun yung benefit na nakikita ko sa tatlo, no, tatlong anggulo. I think it's more on positive side po.
So, considering the risk-benefit ratio, you think this is worth doing, given the improvements in the scientific methodology, etc.
Yes, madam. Opo.
So, malaki ang possibility na ito ay ma-approve after modification and resubmission. Lagay mo.
Yes, ma'am. But of course, kailangan din, siguro tatanong ako sa number 6 na informed consent kasi it's a PTA meeting. So I don't know kung na-inform ba yung parents saka din yung teachers about kung ito ba ay gagawin as research, no? So nandun din po yung kasing parang magkaan sila magkasama. Although it's beneficial to parents na kailangan pala nilang gawan ng time ng oras yung kanilang mga anak, and then for the teachers na hindi ganun karami yung mga assignments na ibibigay kasi baka meron mga hindi nabibigyan ng pansin na parents ng kanilang mga anak. So I don't know kung yun yung nakikita ko na na chain reaction.
Okay.
Beneficial for kung may informed consent ng mga magsasagot participants.
Pag survey, PTA meeting to public, no? 'Di ba gathering to ng parents?
Yes po. Yes po.
So, ang nakikita ko dito, magdi-distribute lang ng papel, questionnaire yung researcher, di ba?
Opo. Opo. Pero kailangan din po siguro inform sila kung saan gagamitin yung survey na yon, kung it will be written research, kung research ito, so kailangan din po siguro inform sila kung ano yung kung para saan, no, and the objective of the research.
Okay. So ito yung parang implied na lang na pag sinagot niya yung survey, pumayag siya, di ba? Implied consent lang. Hindi naman nagsabi dito na
Yes po. Yes po. Opo.
Consent form, tapos ipapaliwanag niya kung para saan, etc., etc. The process in getting the informed consent is not complete. Kasi
yes po.
We're just asked to fill a survey. So, ang informed consent kailangan may
willingness po. Opo.
Voluntariness, etc., etc. So, we go into the informed consent much later. Pero yung magbigay ka lang ng survey form, tapos o questionnaire, tapos pasagutan mo, inadequate yung informed consent process nun. Diba? Implied lang, sinagot mo, okay na. Parang yan yun sa telepono. Yung survey sa telepono. Pag sumagot ka na sumagot, sumagot pumayag ka. Kung ayaw mo, pero hindi nila sinabi na you may want to fill this up or not fill this up. Basta tinanong lang na mag-survey. Mag-fill up ng form. So, yung informed consent process is not adequate. Di ba?
Yes po. Yes, madam.
Tapos, may time ba silang mag-isip na ibalik ko na lang yung yung form mo, yung questionnaire mo, yung survey mo after pag-isipan ko muna. Walang time diyan no?
Wala po.
Sa PTA meeting po yung
para ding may pilit na sagutan kasi sa PTA meeting. So parang, di ba, gano'n naman po yung in reality, parang gano'n na nangyayari sa PTA meeting. Kailangan sagutan. Parang
nahihiya ka na hindi ka mag-fill up ng survey.
Yes po.
cooperative ka. Tama?
Parang iniisip mo baka may implication din dun sa anak mo kapag hindi mo nasagutan na, baka at is attendance din ba or parang ganon. So, yung objective nung pagsasagot ng survey is not clear sa mga parents. No? Parang sa akin din po yung nakikita ko.
Okay. Then, question, is the study just? Everybody has an equal chance of participating in the survey? Just ba? Equal chances of participation?
Ma'am, parang hindi po.
Bakit?
Kasi not all parents are attending PTA meetings. So
Yes.
baka yung conscientious parents are the ones attending, and then yung hindi some parents would not be able to attend, not because they don't want to, pero may trabaho. Kaya hindi mo makukuha yung gusto mong lahat, yung examples ng parents for the survey. Plus, we don't have the grade 1. Kung halimbawa primary grades to, dapat may grade 1. Kaya parang hindi po siya equal opportunity for the parents to answer.
Kung yung grade 1 dapat ang tutukan, di ba? Kasi doon pa lang siya na-perform ng habits. Ang grade 2 to 3 and 4, may na yan, study habits na yan di ba?
Opo. Kaya parang minsan kukunti lang umattend ng PTA.
Okay. So, any more inputs? Any more comments? Dana? Ano na tayo, Jel?
Ma'am, may question na ako, sorry. Yung number 5, clarify ko lang yung benefit risk ratio. Nakalagay kasi dyan positive. So, ang isa ba ay negative? Or kasi ratio siya so paano ba?
Yung positive, ibig sabihin, more benefits than risks.
So, greater than 1 or less than 1 lang po yan?
Pagka negative yung benefit risk ratio, ibig sabihin, yung risk na enormous compared to very little benefit that can be derived. Either from the participation or from the outcome.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Kasi merong yung ibig sabihin, yung harm na mangyayari sa participant, napakalaki. Tapos, may direct benefit ba sa kanya? Wala naman. Society ang makikinabang. Teka muna. Ako isasakripisyo ko yung sarili ko para sa society. Hindi ka tanggap-tanggap yun. Diba? Lalo na yung walang direct benefit sa participants. May mga studies na walang direct benefit sa participants. Therefore, you should be careful about the harm that will befall the participants. Kaya dapat the benefit that can be derived from it will be so much more than the potential risk or potential harm that can be experienced by the participants. Lalo na yung participants. Or will the community be implicated na itong community to? Halimbawa, yung survey ng mga bisyo, like how many drug abusers in this or drug users in this community. Pag lumabas yung yun, ang impact nun sa community, grabe ay sasabihin. Ay, 50% sa community niyan drug users. May stigma na sa community. Kahit hindi ka drug user, if you come from that community, address mo doon, sasabihin ng mga tao, 50% chance ito na baka ito'y drug user din, etc. Survey yon. So, samantalang wala namang direct benefit dun sa in-interview nila. So, the study that will not give a direct benefit to the participants should have enough safeguards so that the risks will be minimized. And it should be also reasonable, katanggap-tanggap yung risk sa kanila. One way to safeguard that is through the informed consent. Kaya dapat inilalagay ang risk tsaka benefit na madiderive from the participation in the study sa informed consent. Ipapaalam. Dahil alam mo, in-explain sa'yo, wala akong itinago sa'yo. Tinanggap mo, pumayag ka, okay, let's go. Participant kita. Pero kung hindi ka tanggap-tanggap, tapos hindi mo sinabi, wala kang truth telling. You didn't do justice, you did not respect the potential participant by making him choose freely. Okay? You may risk-benefit ratio analysis doon. Okay. So yung iba naman, dahil malaki ang risk, ay, dadagdagan ko yung monetary compensation. Mali yun. Kasi baka yung ibang participants, mainganyo na mag-participate dahil dun sa pera, laki ng perang binibigay mo. Okay? You will make them decide against their own right mind na decision. You may make them decide against their own self-interest. Pagka masyado ang malaki ang benefit or compensation or incentive na binigay mo to compensate for high risk of harm in the study. So, titingnan nyo yung yung mga procedures nyo na wag high risk ang mga experiments na or studies na pinapagawa nyo sa mga estudyante nyo, lalo na mga estudyante yan, kailangan ng tutok ng advisors. Yung mga universities, mga estudyante nire-require ng thesis, tsaka kailangan yung advisor very vigilant in looking at the risk-benefit ratio of the proposals of the students, tsaka yung monitoring, tsaka oversight doon sa study. Importante yun. Any more questions or comments? Wala, 11:30. Well, ano na tayo?
Ma'am Sonia, thank you po. Thank you for the session. Okay. Let me, let's review our schedule. It's 11:35 in my watch. No? We're supposed to break for lunch at 12 noon and then resume at 12:45. Tama ba, Jel? Yung learning management.
Yes po, from the host po.
Oh, okay. What's learning management? Who's going to handle that? That's a new one kasi. Maybe the host requested it, Jel?
Yes po.
Okay. So anyway, we're a little bit early by a few minutes. My suggestion is we break for lunch. So it's 11:35. Let's have a 1-hour lunch. So we'll come back 12:35. And then apportion the time from 12:35 to 1 p.m. Let's allot that for learning management, whoever's going to handle that. And then I'll do lecture 3 at 1 o'clock, if that's all right with everyone. What do you think? Okay. May I know who's handling learning management? Is it from the host?
Yes po, sila po yung naglagay sa program. Can we hear po from Miss Miss Angel or Miss Bianca?
Is that an AVP or something recorded or?
Ay, nawala sila.
Wala sila?
nawala sila. So,
they're from DOST-NCR?
yes
Sila yung
po.
secretariat? Ganun.
Po.
I just want to know, to confirm lang no, na talagang magkakaroon. Kasi kung wala, we can just ask everybody to come back by 1 o'clock para hindi yung kung matutuloy.
Hi, sir.
Yes po.
Yes.
Apo, good afternoon po. Dayan po from DOST-NCR. There will be learning management, sir. That's ano po, parang ano lang, quiz, interactive quiz po later.
Yeah, and you will handle that, Dayan?
Yes po.
Sige. So, if we break now, it's almost 11:40. We can come back 12:40 for your learning management.
Okay, sir. Yes po.
Okay ba yan? Sige.
Yes po.
Okay. Sige. Everybody have a lunch break muna and then we'll come back 12:40 in 1 hour. Okay. Thank you.
Happy po. Thank you.
Okay. Ma'am Sonia, thank you. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Jel?
Yes po.
Alala mo, sometimes I give assignment yung certain sections of the guidelines, 2017 guidelines.
Yes po. Meron yata tayo nung sa region 11 po.
Oo, ginawan mo na ba ng slide yun?
Opo, meron po siya.
Sige. Mamaya, bago tayo matapos during the day, yun na lang ibibigay kong assignment siguro. Yung responsibility of the advisor, authorship. Institution, no?
Apo.
Ano pa ba? 3 or 4 ba yun?
Ano po, 3 lang po eh.
3, no? Kasi inaano ko sa mga tanong-tanong din nila eh. Pwede na siguro yun. No? Makihanda na lang just in case mamaya kailangan natin i-flash.
Sige po.
Okay. Sige, lunch muna tayo. Lunch break. May Christmas music ka ba?
Meron po.
Sige, Jel. Salamat, Jel.
Okay po.
Good afternoon po to our participants. I am Dayan Canta and with me is Mr. Albi Tolete from the DOST-NCR. So today's training may or may not be familiar to you. So my personal encounter on research ethics was when I was doing my graduate research. So at first, I thought it was all about researches involving human subjects, but today, more than that, research ethics is about integrity and honesty of the research. How about you, Albi?
Yes po, yes, it is also very important, especially the ethical soundness po ng mga kinoconduct nating research. So it was also emphasized earlier by our dear speakers. So Dayan, I think we have prepared a ano po no, a exciting though ano naman, very interactive game for our participants this afternoon. So let me just share screen. So for today, would be having a game through Slido. Okay, so uh, may we just as our participants, you may join through your browser or through your mobile devices through slido.com and enter the event code at the left side of the screen, or you can scan the QR code and we would be uh, waiting for other participants before we start. Okay. So we would request participants to join us through this quiz for our learning. So, ayan po. You can use any naman po, username or handle. So we would await for other participants to join us. So you can use the QR code or join at slido.com and enter the event code 49823. Hmm? So hopefully nakapag-review po sila kanina and naintindihan naman po yung mga lectures na diniscuss po ng ating mga speakers. So we have 6 participants as of now. So we would be waiting for others. So we have a total of 27 participants here in Zoom. Let's wait for the others. So competitive po ang ating game. Dayan, meron po tayong pa-prize. Tama po ba?
Yes po. Bali cumulative po yung scores. We will be announcing po the winners tomorrow at the end of our day 2 session.
Ano daw po muna ang prize, Ma'am Dayan?
So po, load.
Ayun, may cellphone load daw. Kailangan po natin yan. Lalo ngayong line last pa natin ng load pang data. So, nakailan na tayo? 9 participants. So, asan na po yung iba? So again, for our newcomers, you can join through our quiz at slido.com and enter the event code 49823, or you can scan the QR code. So I think we can start pagka naka-15 na tayo na participants. So we're still waiting for 4 more players. So sa game na po to, aside from tama po yung mga sagot dapat, pabilisan po ito. So may ranking po kung sino po ang mananalo ng load. Magkano po ba yung yung load na ipapa-price po natin? Or secret muna? Secret daw muna. So late sa sa day 2 natin malalaman. So we're still awaiting for former players. Sali na po, sayang po yung load. Wala na po bang hahabol? We're still wala na ba?
Ilan ba yung participants natin today?
O nga po. Mag-roll call po kaya tayo. So, punta lang po sa slido.com and enter po yung 49823. Wala na po ba? Sige. Sige. I think baka wala na habol. Baka we can proceed na siguro yan. Kaya na siguro 11 participants. Okay, let's proceed. So, ready na po ba kayo mga participants? So, let's start the game for question number 1. Is a qualified scientist who undertakes responsibility for the scientific and ethical integrity of a research from conception to publication. Is it a research participant, researcher, technical staff, or sponsor? So, keep in your answers. And time's up. So based po sa ating lahat sumagot ng researcher. So tama po sila. Dali lang po, no? Next. So lumalabas po sa ating leaderboard. So for question number 2. Ay, sorry. Which of the following may occur in research involving human beings? Can be used as mere instruments, are harmed or wrong, are abused and overused, or all of the above? So ang tamang sagot po ay, so lumalabas, may sumagot na 33% are harmed and wrong and about 67% ay all of the above. So ang tamang sagot po ay all of the above. So sa ating pong leaderboard, so nanguna po si is this sir or ma'am JMD with score of 2 out of 5 and time of 32 seconds. So, bilis. And also we have PUP Joselinda Golpio, also 2 out of 5 and 32 seconds. We also have number 3 with DJM, number 4 Kapitan, and number 5 Ronald Alan Mabunga. Ayan. So next question, ready na po sila? So gender and cultural sensitivity is an example of which ethical principle in research? Beneficence, non-maleficence, respect for person, or justice? Okay, time's up. So may sumagot po, halo-halo din po ang sagot, pero karamihan ay sumagot ay respect for person. So tama po ba ang sagot nila? Yes po, respect for person. So for our leaderboard, number 1 po si PUP Joselinda Golpeo. Coming second is JMD. Third is DJM. Number 4, Ronald Alan Mabunga. And number 5 is si Kapitan. So next po, ready na po sila. Next question. For researches requiring multiple sessions, provision of remunerations to participants per visit rather than at the end of the study is an example of which ethical principle in research? Beneficence, non-maleficence, respect for person, or justice? Okay, time's up. So, may mga sumagot po ng halo po. May nagsagot ng beneficence and may nagsagot po ng justice. So, alin po ang tamang sagot? Justice po ang tamang sagot. So, on our leaderboard, nauuna pa rin po si PUP Joselinda Golpeo with 3 out of 5 scores and 48 seconds to answer. Number 2, DJM. Number 3, JMD. Number 4, Ronald Alan Mabunga. And number 5, si Kapitan. Okay, so yung mga iba po, habol pa po. And last question for this session. Which is not considered a harm in the context of research ethics? Emotional, psychological, mental, physical, or spiritual? So key in your answers. And so the correct answer sa mga nagsagot po, 20% nagsagot ng emotional and 80% spiritual. So the correct answer is emotional. So hindi po yan kasama sa harm. So ang winner for this session, si PUP Joselinda Golpeo. So you would take note this, Miss Dayan, coming with number
Yes po.
si JM, number 3 si JMD, Zimbardo, and number 5 si Kapitan. So thank you po sa inyong participation and abangan po natin hanggang sa last session tomorrow kung sino mananalo sa load. Thank you.
So thank you po. We still have 2 learning management sessions po tomorrow. Again, cumulative scores po. So tomorrow na lang po natin i-announce kung sino po yung mabibigyan po ng load. So that's it for today. Let us now proceed po to our next lecture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you po. So, let us move on to our next lecture for the afternoon. Doc, you have the floor po.
Okay, let's resume.
Okay na po, Doc.
1 o'clock, sabi natin 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock pa po ba?
Huh?
3 minutes.
Yeah, 3 minutes. Okay, Jel.
Okay po.
Okay. Welcome back. Yung palang learning management is sort of an icebreaker. No? It's a game. Right? Okay. The next session is on risk and benefits. A little more in-depth discussion of risk and benefits to participants. This assessment of risk and benefits is based on the principles of beneficence and non-maleficence. Jel, can you share our screen?
Nakashare na po.
Ayan, okay. Sorry. Yung sa akin pala. So the objectives of this presentation is for us to have a little more in-depth ability to recognize benefits and harms in doing research. And the real ano naman is to maximize the benefits and come up with measures to mitigate or lower the risks of harm. And then ability to discern a balance of the risks and benefits. The overriding guideline naman is we can only allow a research to continue if the balance is positive or favorable, meaning there will be more benefits than risks to the participants in making participation. Okay, next. And the outline will define some terms. We'll discuss the types of benefits and harms. They're almost the same except in terms of the direction, meaning one is benefiting, the other is causing harm. So we'll talk about their importance, who will be responsible in making sure that benefits and risks of harms are looked into. And we'll discuss the way by which we can come up with procedures in maximizing benefits and minimizing the risks. So again, this is about beneficence and non-maleficence as bioethical principles that were discussed din naman previously by Dr. Sonia kanina. As far as research is concerned, we need to maximize the good, do as much good as possible, given the resources of the research, but also to minimize or mitigate the risk or the risk of harm. So we can do that by minimizing. We can minimize the risk by looking at alternatives. If there are alternatives to whatever procedure that are less risky and yet will achieve the same result, then we should go for that. The other issue here is to be proportionate or reasonable in terms of the anticipated benefits, as well as the importance of the knowledge that is expected to be gained. And must always be a positive benefit risk ratio. Next, please. All right, let's define a few terms lang muna. Benefits are defined as good or desired outcomes. Now, you might argue what is beneficial or what is good or desired by one person may not be the same as what is considered desirable by others. But in general, we talk of generally accepted conceptions or definitions of what is good or desired, barring certain abnormalities. So, of course, if you're a sadist or a masochist, and although these are pathologic conditions. In other words, we're talking about, I don't want to use the term normal because even the term normal is something that is arguable. Anyway, you get the idea of what is generally desired by most people under certain circumstances. And of course, harms are undesirable outcomes. We don't want them to be happening. The issue really is expressing these benefits and harms as probabilities. What are the chances that they will be occurring? For example, what conditions make them at risk for developing or coming up with the harm? And then there is the term burden or the load. Sometimes we use the term burden to refer to the burden or the load of participating in research falling mostly on people of low socioeconomic status. Most researchers, especially the experimental ones, the clinical trials, and maybe even the social and behavioral researchers, most participants are taken from people of low socioeconomic status. Because they're easier to recruit, they're more available. So we say the burden of research participation traditionally and usually falls on this class of people. And that is, of course, not fair. You can do the research on a certain group of people, and yet it's possible that other groups who never participated as research subjects will also benefit from the outcome of the research. And therefore, the burden is always shifted to the usual suspects, the usual participants. In terms of the principle of justice, we try to distribute the burden of becoming research participants as much as possible. Next. This is Marlow's hierarchy of needs. when we talk kasi about benefits, we could refer to this hierarchy. It's a pyramid, sort of a pyramid or a triangle. The base are the physiologic needs of people. Of course, part of it is safety. So security, safety, these are basic needs. They're the first one that we need to satisfy or meet. And if these are being met already in terms of the research, we need to be aware also of the other needs that are higher up in the hierarchy. For example, our psychological needs, belongingness, love needs, esteem needs, and towards the top are the self-fulfillment needs. Just a concrete example, if you're interviewing a group of individuals with no problem about their basic needs, they're already met. They don't have those because they already are fulfilled. Even there's the psychological needs. And so you're interviewing people and you cannot offer any other item to fulfill their needs because they're already fulfilled. Some studies, they appeal to the higher hierarchy. Like if you need to be benevolent. So you ask someone, you ask them to join an interview or maybe fill up a survey form, and you cannot even afford to give them snacks for their time or maybe credit load, maybe. So you just appeal to their sense of voluntarism, their sense of fulfillment when they are helping other people out of the goodness of their heart. So sometimes we call that their sense of altruism, because all of their other needs are satisfied already. Having said that, let me also mention that we should not abuse our appeal to their sense of altruism. And always say, I have nothing to compensate you with because I don't have a budget for my research. So I'll just appeal to your sense of altruism, knowing that if you volunteer to join my research, you will be helping other people because of the outcome. That is also okay, not to abuse it. No. All right, next. The types of benefits as well as harms, the dimensions are quite similar. In fact, they're exactly similar. So benefits and harms can be expressed in terms of the physical. These are the realms. No? Physical can be economic, maybe legal, social, mental, psychological, spiritual even. I think previously Dr. Sonia Kanina was mentioning harms as mainly physical. But they can be other things as well. It's not just physical harm, but other forms of harms like economic, legal, social, etc. And even spiritual. So we need to be familiar with these types of benefits as well as harms so that we can accurately make the assessment and balance. No? So what is the significance of being able to assess benefits and risks? It affects our decision making. It affects our decision making. Ability to decide on these questions. Like, is the research worth doing? Again, if the benefits will outweigh the risk, yes, go ahead. proceed. The other question that will be answered is what level of review? When we say level of review, the Research Ethics Committee has at least three options in doing a review. Now, the riskier, the more the risk, the higher the level of review. And there are three: either it's exempted from review, meaning they just look at the protocol and then they say, oh, there's practically no harm in this study, so go ahead, we will issue your clearance as exempted, and that's it. Or it can be expedited. That's another level of review. Expedited, usually just 2 or 3 members of the Research Ethics Committee will go over the protocol or the proposal. And there are certain criteria for saying it can be just expedited. The highest level of review will be the full board review, say full board. Full board review for researches that have higher risk for possible harm, and protocols involving vulnerable groups. So we'll be mentioning vulnerability also during the course of our training. Offhand, let me say vulnerable groups, as participants in research, they have limited capacity in various dimensions. They have limited capacity to make decisions for their well-being in terms of participating. So because of these limitations, they are at higher risk for being abused or exploited or being harmed. That is why if the participants belong to a vulnerable group, it requires a higher level of review by the Research Ethics Committee. So if it's a full board review, that means all the members will perform the review during an en banc meeting. Right? So it's important to be aware of the risks and benefits, because we'll be able to answer what kind of review or what level of review is necessary for this particular proposal once you've made an assessment of the risk and benefits. Right? Okay. Wait. I mentioned already the vulnerable groups. Should the vulnerable groups be allowed to participate? And there are certain criteria again for justifying enrolling vulnerable groups in certain researches, and we'll talk about that again later on. The other decisions that are affected by assessment of risk and benefits is the informed consent, the nature and the process of doing informed consent, and we'll be doing that in the next part of our training this afternoon. Of course, what also should be included in the informed consent, the amount of information and the type of information you will do there. Certainly, riskier proposals with higher levels of risk should contain more information than certain researches with minimal or practically no risk at all. So again, it will also affect the recommendations we will make regarding the proposal. Recommendations to maximize benefits, at the same time minimize the risk in participation. Next. So who is responsible in looking at risk and benefits? Of course, it's the researcher in preparing the proposal and the eventual protocol. The Research Ethics Committee, again, serves as the oversight. Will double check the measures that are placed by the researcher and then confirm. The one who will decide at the end whether or not the benefits will outweigh the risk will be, of course, the Research Ethics Committee. So you ask, what gives the Research Ethics Committee the ability and maybe even the right to do that? When we talk about the composition of the Research Ethics Committee tomorrow and the processes, the procedures they undergo, we will mention that an accredited research committee should be composed of a multi-sectoral group of people representing various points of view, including, and this is mandatory, the layman's point of view to represent the point of view of research participants. So either non-institutional member to look out for the benefit of the participant, and a lay member. Lay member meaning somebody who is a non-scientist, whose point of view represents it's as if they're in the shoes of the research participant. We call that sometimes research participant empathy, being able to put yourself in the shoes of the participant and making the assessment then of benefits and risks. So the other stakeholders responsible for that is, of course, the sponsor, funding agency, and the regulatory agencies as well. Next, please. So how do we characterize benefits and risks? They're, again, the same. No? So what is the nature? So is it physical? Is it psychological? Economic? No? Etc. The other thing we need to look at is the probability of it occurring. What is the chance of this benefit being given? Or what is the chance of the probability of this harm occurring? Is it 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10, etc.? So aside from probability, we talk of the magnitude. So we quantify. It can be rare, like in 1 in 1 million. The risk is 1 in 1 million. But if it leads to something very severe, like permanent disability, or maybe even death, or if it's psychological, maybe a neurosis, or maybe even a psychosis, phobia, no? And we talk also of frequency or even permanence of it occurring, both whether it's benefit or risk. There is a human factor din naman to benefits and risk. Part of the human factor is both the informed consent of the participant and the ethics review that will be done on the proposal. Okay. So this is the process. Number one is to identify and characterize the benefits. And again, we'll mention later on, this process is very similar to assessing the risk of harm. So you need to identify, distinguish benefits from procedures the participant would have had even without research participation. Now think about that. Think about that. If the benefits are already innate or due or deserving to the research participant, we should not count them as benefits for joining. Let me give an example, and this time I hope you will pardon the example. It's a medical example. If you're recruiting patients in a clinic, a government hospital, they're there to consult. They have a right to be seen, to be examined, maybe even given free tests or medications. As patients of the government hospital, those benefits are already due to them. So if you recruit them in your study, for example, a survey, they're there in the clinic, you cannot cite those benefits as patients, benefits due to patients, and say they are the benefits that they will have by participating. You see that difference, no? So it's already their due, and it's due to them already, those benefits. So you cannot mention that they are the benefits from participation. You need to look for other benefits if they were to participate. On the other hand, the other side of that is even if they don't agree to participate in your research, you cannot withhold those benefits from them. Kasi they're benefits na as patients, as participants. Right? So, and the same thing for risk of harm. For risk of harm, same thing. All right, next. Oh, sorry. Right. And then once you identify them, you evaluate them if the benefits are maximized. So benefits are maximized, right? Next. So how do you maximize benefits? Ensure that they're relevant to them. Again, look at their needs. Look at the Marlowe's. Is this something that is considered by the participants favorable for them? Is it relevant to them? I have an example here. If you're recruiting prisoners as your participant in a study, and yet the topic of your study is, this may be arguable. So, kunyari, a cream that will make their skin smoother, maybe whiter, or remove blemishes, etc., for prisoners. And then just because they're easily accessible, they're there, you say, I will do it among prisoners because it's convenient. But do you think that prisoners, that is a priority for them? Making their skin lighter, maybe better looking. They might not be the best participants in that kind of research just because they're captive and easily there. Chances are you will be able to recruit all of them, right? So they probably don't need that kind of benefit because of their situation. Maybe if you're doing a study on, kunyari, a shampoo that will eliminate lice, yung parasites, the hair, maybe that will be a better, more relevant study for them, to include them, because prisoners, you could argue, are subject to that problem. So it's a problem for them, and therefore, if you include them in the study, they will benefit not only directly when you give them the shampoo for it, and maybe the population of prisoners as a whole. So that, kunyari, you recommend. For prisoners, you don't just give them soap. Maybe you give them this type of shampoo because it has been proven in my study that this type of shampoo will prevent them from having infestation of their scalp. Right. So ensure relevance not only to the participants but also the other stakeholders as well. I mentioned this already in the third bullet: research empathy. Putting yourself in the shoes of the other and deciding what one would want done, and empathizing with them. So that's one way of being able to discern what is relevant to the population. You can maximize benefits also. Number two, to being just, and also being resourceful. Maybe later on we can cite more examples about just when we talk about participant selection. And being resourceful is, coming up with ideas on how to maximize the benefits. For example, students, high school students, or maybe even grade school students, your participants, and you say, for participating in my survey, I will give the children lollipop. Or you can argue that lollipop may not be the best incentive for them to join. Kasi it causes tooth decay, etc. No, besides, it's all sugar, maybe unhealthy. So maybe you'll say, I'll give them a piece of an apple, kunyari, instead. Diba? So mas beneficial yon. And example of being resourceful. Next. Right, step 2, quantify. So you identify, then quantify. So what is the magnitude of the benefit or of the harm? Now, when we say quantify and maximizing benefits, I think this was alluded to din kanina by Dr. Sonia, increasing the benefit. Like, for example, instead of giving 100 pesos, you'll say, I'll give you 10,000 pesos for participating in a very risky, life-threatening, potentially life-threatening intervention. No? Like, for example, drinking an untested medication, parang ganun, no preliminary test at all. No. So that is undue inducement, right? The big incentive should not justify taking unnecessary risks, especially risks that are of huge magnitude. Okay, so we should not allow that again. No? So that is undue inducement, making them decide against their better judgment of what is good for them. The other aspect, distinguish risk from procedures the subject would have had even without research participation. Di ba example natin kanina, no? Patients consulting in a government hospital, they already have these benefits. So how about the risk? For example, if they go to the clinic, what are the risks involved? Oh, maybe they have to line up, wait for a long time, risk being bored, maybe risk being delayed for something else that they have to do, missing out on some other things. Whether they're participants in your study or just in the clinic waiting, that's the same. You did not add to the waiting. Diba? Yung ganon. Or the risk of, kunyari, they come to the hospital, they go to the hospital to consult, and once there, you will recruit them. The risk of traveling from their home to the hospital, baka ma-aksidente, diba? Yung mga ganon, o kaya madulas, o madapa. Those are risks that are already inherent in their coming to the hospital. It's not part of the risk of participating. Kasi they're already there. So you should not add that in your equation. So you must make those distinctions, right? And then you need to judge if the risks are minimal and reasonable. Crossing the street, etc. Right? You have to make that decision. Again, the Research Ethics Committee is justified in making that assessment when they review, because again of their multidisciplinary, multisectoral composition. Next. So you have to minimize the risk. And this is risk quantification, just to show you that there is this guide. No? So anywhere from negligible, and that is defined. No? So the foreseeable risk or discomfort is not any more than the usual. An example of that is filling up forms, participating in a survey, so long as the survey questions are not too sensitive subject matter. Can be low risk. There is some unforeseen discomfort, like, kunyari, an example here is measuring blood pressure or being asked a question of a sensitive nature. So, kunyari, how did you feel when Rolly was wreaking havoc in your area? How did you feel for that? Maybe that is not, maybe even low risk, maybe you could say minimal risk pa nga, no? Parang ganun. Kasi you get to recall, no? The anxiety you felt, no? Parang ganun. So, minimal risk is probability and magnitude are not greater in and of themselves than ordinarily encountered in the daily life of ordinary people. No? So that's minimal risk, the usual. I'm crossing the street, riding the vehicle. We do that naman every day. Yeah. Minimal risk. Next. There are also more than minimal risk. So they're more than ordinary life. The here is ordinary. But there is no distress or serious, prolonged, permanent harm. And then there's the moderate risk, highly probable, maybe even unavoidable. And then there's that high risk. So it's a sort of a gradation. So you can maybe use these 6 terms to more or less quantify the risk of being harmed. Some would use these terms in terms of expressing probability. So it's certain. For example, we say part of the procedure of the protocol is to check your blood count, or part of the procedure is to administer medication by injection. So what is the risk of probability or risk of harm? Surely you will feel pain. Surely you will feel pain. That's the probability. But the magnitude may be different. Diba? So depending on the needle that I will use, the size of the needle, maybe the length of the needle, which part of the body I will inject you with, etc. So it's either certain, likely, it's possible, unlikely, or maybe even rare. Rare. Notice there is nothing there to say no risk of harm at all. No risk. Because you can argue that there is always a risk of harm in whatever we do in our life. So there's always the risk, the probability of it occurring. Next. So do you minimize risk? You do that by having a sound scientific protocol. Diba yung question kanina? Yung research ethics committee, titignan na naman yung scientific soundness. Dumaan na yan sa technical review. Baka mag-away lang kayo. Which is, of course, usually is what is happening. Na, well, not always, but common. Sabihin ng technical review, lalo na kunyari thesis, dumaan na sa panel, ethics review na lang. And then yung research ethics review committee may napansin pa. Well, you still have to do it. Because there are certain, even if scientifically sound measures or procedures, they have ethical consequences that sometimes the technical committee does not consider anymore. Diba? So, let me give you an example here. So, kunyari, they're doing a survey and the sample size that is necessary is, kunyari, 80 or let's say 100 para round off. Kunyari sabihin na 100. Sige, recruit 100. And then sabihin niya, baka may dropouts. So I'll recruit 150. Para yung dropouts, I'd still reach 100. No? Okay, that's technically okay yan. No? Right? But maybe the research ethics committee will say, if your target is 100, what is your dropout rate expected? O baka 10% lang, no? 10%. So that means if it's just 10%, you just need to recruit maybe 110, 120 at the most. So why will you try to recruit 150? So what's the problem with that? And by recruiting 150, you put additional, let's say, 30 more. Diba sabi natin, pwede na siguro 120 lang. Why will you now go for 150? Yung additional 30 na sobra-sobra na that you will bother and put at risk, no? Unnecessary risk. Diba? You're putting, and besides, you might be spending resources na naman. So again, you can argue na all right, it's scientific if you can do 150, all right, but there are ethical considerations in recruiting unnecessarily additional patients. Yung ganung point to illustrate lang that certain technical aspects of the study may have ethical consequences that the technical committee may have missed, may have not considered, because again, they're just focusing on the kunyari, statistical analysis, etc. Okay. So sound scientific protocol will prevent risks of putting additional participants at risk. And then you must have a qualified research team, either by education, training, and experience. Qualified to do the research, the nature of the research. Ang example ni ni Dr. Sonia kanina, no? Kung may pediatrician, kung kunyari ang research mo is on children, and it has a bearing on their health, etc. No? So baka dapat ang gumawa ng research na yan, by training, by experience, etc. Baka kung health research, it's pediatrician. Right? Then you to minimize risk, you use standard of care procedures. Yung procedures na dati nang ginagamit, proven to be effective, safe, no? Hindi lahat experimental. So if there is a standard procedure for doing what you want to measure, kunyari, what you want to determine, go for that. Right? Okay. And then, of course, oversight, whether by peer or the research ethics review, kasi they might be more sensitive to possible risks. You need to manage conflicts of interest also. Conflicts of interest meaning, I think this was explained also by Dr. Sonia kanina. You have to manage interest, then it's possible, kunyari, yung teacher recruiting the students nga, kung researcher din yung teacher, yung gusto niya matapos yung kanyang study expeditiously. So baka his other interest in teaching the students might suffer. Diba? Spending all the time in the research instead of teaching the students, parang gano'n. So conflict of interest. You have to manage that also to minimize the risk. And I've defined to you third parties, diba? If you recall this morning. Third parties, including community, maybe relatives of your participants, the institution yourself, if you're the researcher, the reputation of the researcher, etc. They need to be considered. Because they can be harmed. They can be harmed. They can be stigmatized if you identify the participant to be included in a group. A group of young people, and then you sort of generalize all these young people, or based on my study, because I've studied young people and their interest in gadgets, etc. So you stigmatize all young people. All they do is look at their gadgets. So you harm because you make that generalization. Next, please. So again, these are the steps, and the next step, you ensure that benefits outweigh the risk. So these are the things we've been discussing. You identify characterize, and you sort of quantify, and then make the balance. No? Make the balance. Make sure that benefits will outweigh the risk. How do you do that? Next. We're number 3 now. Right. So the way you would assess benefits and risks is, number 1 scenario is benefits to society only. Meaning, if you're doing an intervention, a study, and there is no direct benefit to the participant, and you say, "Oh, the results of this study will benefit society because we can come up with policy, etc., etc." So, if that is the only benefit there, you can only do that if to the participants themselves, no, kasi walang benefit to them. You allow it only if there is minimal risk to the participants. Okay? Kasi hindi sila nag-directly benefit. Somebody else will benefit. So at least do not put them at more than minimal risk. Clear ba yan? No? I hope that's clear. No? So if the benefit is only to society at large, and there is no direct benefit to the participants, at least do not put them at more than minimal risk. Dapat minimal risk lang at the most, no, to the participants. Do not expose them to higher risk of harm if they don't stand to benefit at all. Yeah, next. This is the second scenario. Kung meron namang benefits to the participants, no? Yeah, with benefits to the participants, more than minimal risk may be allowed. Okay. Anyway, may ano naman kinabang ka naman, no? So may konting risk yan, no? It's like investing your money, di ba? Meron ba? Siguro sa inyo sama investing. So if you invest in a program na medyo moderate or high risk, kasi mataas ang interest, mataas ang possibility na malaki yung kikitain ng pera mo, no? Siyempre, mas mataas din yung risk na hindi siya kikita. So it's like gambling. Di ba? Ganun din naman yung investing. Ngayon, kung conservative ka, no? Ayaw mo ng medyo risky, baka naman malugi yung pinag-investan mo, di sige, dito ka sa conservative portfolio, di ba? Conservative portfolio. Lagay mo lang sa savings account. Halos walang risk yun. No? Very minimal risk. Kaya lang yung interest mo is baka wala pang 0.5%. Something like that. So, no more than minimal risk may be allowed, at least as favorable as alternative approaches. And this one we keep emphasizing. Increased risk cannot be compensated for by increased benefits. So, hindi yung higher risk, taasan mo na yung possible benefits. It will come to a point kasi, if the risk happen, despite the increased benefits, the risk of harm may be not only higher, but also quantity speaking, magnitudely speaking, maybe recurrent or maybe even permanent. Right? And when you're dealing with children, they must be benefited. Children. The knowledge gained when you're recruiting children is less important. Kasi children, they're more vulnerable. They're vulnerable because they don't have the maturity to make assessment, no, to decide what is in their good interest. So that there must be. For pregnant women, also minimal risk to the fetus as well. So when you're including them in certain researches. Next. Right, so this is a sort of a summary of all of that. You know? So you identify, try to maximize benefits, identify the risk, minimize the risk, and then you make a judgment. You know? So if the benefits will outweigh the risk, you say it is positive, and therefore you can proceed with that. And part of all of that is a detailed assessment by the not only the investigator, but also the research ethics committee. And part of it also included there is the informed consent that you will undergo for the participant, which we'll do later this afternoon. The informed consent process, and we have an exercise for that. All right. And then also during the implementation of the research, continue to make this assessment. In the process kasi of doing the research, sometimes we cannot foresee everything. Unexpected adverse effects can happen, so that it will alter our initial assessment of the risk and benefit. So you can imagine that also. Kunyari, sabi mo, based on previous literature, if I ask you about your kunyari, sexual preferences or your experience after a storm, chances of you being depressed is just 1 in 200. Kunyari, example, 1 in 200 that will bring back the tears and the anxiety that you experienced before when I ask you to recall your experience. 1 in 200, kunyari, based on previous work. And nung pala, because it's just very recent, hindi lang 1 in 200, 1 in 10 na tinanong mo, they experienced that. So, di ba, nagbago yung ano mo, nagbago yung balance mo of risk and benefit, di ba? So again, pag ganon, aside from having measures to counteract that, you need to reconsent. Either reconsent yung mga ongoing or change your informed consent process for future participants. Imbes na sabihin mong 1 in 200, ay, 1 in 10 na pala. So, okay ka pa ba na mag-participate? Kung instead of 1 in 200, 1 in 10, ganon. Okay, so, but later, Sonia will surely mention that in the informed consent activity that we will have. Okay, next. So in summary, we need to be more sensitive to benefits and risks that are in the study. We need to assess them with patience, compassion, and maybe be resourceful, in trying to make that balance. So we can discover ways to maximize them. Again, with good imagination. Yung example ko kanina. So also to implement ways to minimize meticulously, minimize the risk. And we've mentioned how already. So to end with this quote, to do no harm is impossible. There's always a risk of harm in everything we do in real life. But to minimize them, that's okay. That is attainable. Also to maximize the benefits, especially in doing research. Right. Okay. Questions before we go to the small group work? Let's see if there are anything in the chat. So far, none. Okay, so maybe you're ready for your small group work. It's your turn to. Jen, mag-small group work ba tayo o mag-plenary tayo?
Ano po to? Yung proposals po yung gagamitin?
Sorry?
Proposals po. I-plenary niyo po ba?
Oo. Alright,
Hindi naman
so
po.
it's the small group work. You've been assigned to groups. I think you are 4 groups, tama, no? Jen?
Yes po.
Kasya ba sila doon? Alright. 4 groups. Each group will be assigned a protocol which we borrowed. No? Kaya nga you should have accomplished the confidentiality agreement. Again, the confidentiality agreement states that you limit your discussion about the protocol in the training in our training. Don't discuss it outside of training, the training sessions. No? And then once we're done with the training, if you have your copies, electronic copies, you should delete your copies. And don't talk about them anymore outside of the training. Baka kasi may ma-recognize kayo na may-ari ng protocol and then criticize natin. No? Baka pati sa after the training, criticize nyo pa rin yung protocol. No? So yun ang ibig natin sabihin. So we just borrow the protocols. So what you'll do is go to your respective meeting rooms, you discuss among yourselves, no? You go through the protocol, we'll give you enough time. And then these are the questions you're going to answer. Right? Are the benefits maximized? Of course, if you say yes, maximize na yan. Hindi na namin maisip paano pa i-maximize yan. Hindi tapos. Kunyari, your answer is no. Make a recommendation. So how can you add some more to the benefits? Okay. Number 2, are the risks minimized? Same thing. If not, add recommendations to minimize the risk based on our lecture. And then number 3, is the benefit ratio positive and better than any alternative you can think of, if any, no, kung available. And so if you say, oh yes, the benefits, especially if they follow our recommendation, no, so the benefits will outweigh the risks, and therefore we will proceed. Okay, answer no to any of the above means disapproval or telling them to make major revisions. Okay, clear but I don't. Okay, I saw something in the chat box, but